Ladies and gentlemen, get your heads up. Look at the car. Let's go.
Once a year, the largest collector car auction in the world takes over State Farm Stadium. And while most of the year, the big show happens on Sundays here in Glendale, this weekend, Saturday is bringing the heat. We've made it to the final day of Mecum Glendale, and if you think it's hot outside in the Phoenix area, wait until you see the beauties that are going to cross the block today. We've got hot rods, we've got customs, we've got muscle cars. We have got everything for you here today, so you don't want to go anywhere. Stay right here on ESPN Plus for the next 6 hours. Hi, everyone. I'm Shannon Spade, Chris Jacobs, and Rutledge Wood, and we are standing in the middle of all of it right now. It is, looking around, it's hard to pick just one, you guys. Anything can happen today, so that is why you don't want to go anywhere. Chris, do you have your eyes on maybe one of these beauties?
Well, you said it's hard to pick one, so I picked two. And we're standing right between them. These gorgeous 1955 356 Pre-A's are very special cars. Why? They are both Continentals. Yes, Porsche named the 356 the Continental for a very short period of time until Ford stepped in and said, we own the naming rights to that. So rarity, yes, and both of these are phenomenal restorations. We'll get into it when we get into the show.
What about you, Rutledge? What do you got for us?
Again, so hard to pick, but if I had to choose just one, it is the 1968 Mustang built by the Mustang brothers out of Chicago, Illinois. This is one of 25 Outlaws they're doing, but this particular one is one of one with the glass panoramic sunroof, 5.4-liter supercharged V8 out of a GT500. This car is custom everything, and it's right-hand drive, which is so different, something we don't see a lot, but 6-speed, it is ready for action. I think it's going to draw a lot of attention when it crosses the block later today.
Did you say outlaw?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we've got a couple outlaws. How about we go up to Scott Hoke and Bill Stevens to get this thing started?
As far as I know, Shannon, neither of us have done time, which is a good thing. You know, as you guys have already said, if you know Mecum Auctions, you know we like to finish with a flourish. The cars that they've just talked about, yes, but this lineup, Bill, is littered with 6 and maybe even a couple of 7-figure cars today.
With my apologies to the NCAA, this will be March Madness in this building today.
Absolutely. And I know how much you love vintage muscle and collector cars, but when the time is right, even something a little bit more modern gets your attention, right?
Well, when a car has 650 horsepower, I'm flexible. And this car's coming up later, a 2023 Camaro ZL1 1LE. That's that legendary track package. Buy it at the dealer, go to the racetrack. As I mentioned, 650 horse, 10-speed automatic transmission, has the extreme track performance package, an option worth $7,500. It's got black and satin on the outside, and all of the pieces and parts that make this thing extremely frightening. Be afraid, be very afraid. It goes up for sale later today.
And we will see that one in a little while. We are just getting started, and how about we kick off this telecast here today, Bill, with 1972 Chevy K5 Blazer Cheyenne.
Yeah, I think we need a manly vehicle to begin the show today, and this one fills the bill.
Does it ever?
How about that dark olive green paint on the outside? You see the 350 there, that's right out of a box. This is, by the way, the CST Cheyenne package when it was originally built. Powder-coated frame. Has a turbo 350 automatic. You see the interior right there. 4-wheel drive, of course, with that K5 nomenclature. Power steering and brakes and 17-inch bronze lock wheels. Yep, and it is bringing the money.
Already, you know, a little bit late starting the bid on this, but it got to 65 in a hurry.
Scott, that K5 market is just white hot right now. The original ones that are brought back, you know, for the full restoration. You've got the modified ones. everybody taking their own direction with them, and all of them very much being sought after in the bidding public.
I have 65,000. Anybody get 70,000?
We generally lavish praise on this kind of a shade of green, whether it's Verdero green or Fathom green or whatever. But this, the entire truck is done in it, and it's so good. And a high bid on that K5 Blazer, $65,000. Yes, sir, it's going to take more than that.
Yeah, it is. And the bid goes on, boys. We'll see if they can harvest enough cash to sell it.
All right, we move on, and as per usual, we don't always see them, but if you're at a Mecum auction in person, you will most likely see a number of motorcycles that we feature on the auction block. And as I mentioned, a lot of times we don't get to them on television, but this one is certainly worth taking a look at. It is a 2023 Harley-Davidson Road Glide ST that features a 117-inch cube Milwaukee 8-feet twin.
Yeah, about 105 horsepower to haul that bike around. This one not driven overly too much since it was new. The odometer reading about 3,700 miles.
2-in-1 exhaust, custom footboards there, a lot of neat touches on that, and it brings $23,000. Our first segment in the books. We will continue live on ESPN Plus coming up in just a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back to State Farm Stadium, Glendale, Arizona. We are basically just underway here on ESPN Plus. Glad to have you along for this Saturday ride, man. And I tell you what, the driving season is fast approaching if we can get rid of all that snow in some places, Bill. But take a look at this 2004 Rolls-Royce Phantom. I can't even, if you've never been up close to one of these in person, it's hard to describe just how huge these cars are.
And heavy.
Yes.
But the luxury is just totally off the hook. And this is a car that's, what, 22 years old? Mm-hmm. And you can fool anybody. It's got the the 6-liter V12 engine with about 350 horsepower in there. Of course, the automatic transmission and all the luxury any normal human being could want. Even an abnormal human would probably be happy with the luxury in these cars. That's blue velvet, that color, and boy, is that apt when you look at how that just lays over that bodywork, corn silk interior, and an upgraded 24-inch sport performance wheel and tire package as well.
Hit a high bid of $90,000, did not sell for the moment. Next behind it, a 2003 Chevy SSR.
These were kicky little trucks. They were around for a while. This one with the 5.3-liter V8 with 300 horsepower. And, of course, late in the game, you could get that 390 horsepower V8 in it. This one has the smaller one. This one has 7,000 plus miles on the odometer and a bunch of options as well. And not going to sell right now.
Yeah, $27,000. One of these 03 SSRs actually paced the Indy 500 that year.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting choice for the pace car or truck that year. In the meantime, a 1970 K10. It has been a good week for Blazers, K5s, as you mentioned, pickup trucks as well.
F-150s, yes, sir. Beautiful restoration. Well done. Nothing overlooked. This has got the 350, as you see right there, all detailed. 4-speed manual transmission. All righty. Dual range transfer case, of course, 4-wheel drive. That's marsh green metallic. And a two-tone interior in beige. Nice match. Vintage air conditioning, vintage Bluetooth stereo, and it sits a little higher with a 4-inch lift. 35-inch Mickey Thompson Baja Legend MTZ tires with a lot of meat left on them.
35, anybody get 37.5? 37.5. Now 40. Now 40. I have 37.5. $40,000. 37.5.
What would buy?
$40,000.
They're going to be in the 40s.
42 at 40 bid 2.
37.5, 39, well, 40, and you heard one of them say you got to be in the 40s. So here we are on the doorstep.
Boy, someday somebody's going to write a comprehensive book about the history of the pickup truck. You take a look at how that particular category of vehicle has evolved over the years. You know, I mean, there were trucks, and they did work, and then they became car-like, and then they became performance. You know,
and now they're luxury and performance.
Both, yeah.
Yep.
A lot of them don't work anymore.
That's exactly right. 40,000 was the high bid on that pickup truck. Okay, we'll check this Power Wagon out. We love these. A W300 from 1957.
Yeah, very imposing looking truck here, these Power Wagons. Back in 1957, they actually made a Power station wagon, if you can believe that, which was the sister to this, and that was actually the first four-wheel drive Suburban. That predated the Chevy Suburban. So a good historical footnote on these trucks. This with a 230 cubic inch inline six with 75 horsepower and a fastidious restoration. Reserve off's going to sell.
Love it.
Yeah, 1957, by the way. That was the first year that these trucks had a 12-volt electrical system. Up until then, yeah, just the 6-volt.
Wait a minute, what?
This was 67 right here with this young lady. We got
67. 68.
67.
Okay, a little bit of a reset clarification there.
68. 67. 68. Huh. $67,000 bid. $68,000. Anybody else? Sold. $67,000.
Okay, there we go.
So,
$67,000.
Ladies and gentlemen,
They've
will
just
be offered on the
acquired a 57 Power Wagon. Love it. Well, these cars and trucks look fantastic under the lights here at State Farm Stadium. There's a reason why. We've got a terrific 1-2 punch from our friends at 303. And there you see it. Interior cleaner on the left, protectant on the right. What a combo. The cleaner will take care of any interior surface, no residue. The protectant keeps all those harsh UV rays from getting into the fabric of your surfaces, both inside and out, and keeping your vehicle looking terrific. Visit 303mecum.com for more. 303 is proven to protect. And those two bottles happen to be riding in a car that will be on the block soon, and Chris Jacobs is right there to tell us more about it.
Oh, Scott, and I'm so happy to be right here. Say hello to CSX 3355. This is one of only 260 427 street roadsters produced. Of course, powered by that legendary 427. You're getting a look at the side oiler right under the hood there. Oh man, what a cool piece of history this car is. As I said, one of only 260 Street 427 Cobra Roadsters produced. This, of course, is backed up by the 4-speed manual transmission, done beautifully in red over black. Now, this particular car was built to Shelby American on December 14th, 1966, so late in the year. It was then stored at Crown Auto throughout 1967 and then trucked across the country to S&C Motors of San Francisco, along with two other CSXs, 3320 and 3325. What a cool piece of history. As Scott said earlier, going across the block. Just a little bit later, it is S161. Make sure to watch out for this piece of Shelby history. Scott?
You like it?
Oh, of course, yes. And you can tell it's a late car from that chassis number. Also, it's a wide-hipped car, round taillights. Saw the ashtray. That's a real street car through and through.
Happy 60th birthday. We'll move back to the block here and investigate a 1957 Chevy Nomad that has made an appearance. First time this weekend. First time in a while, actually, we've had a Nomad, I think.
I think so, and a really outstanding custom here. Yeah, this has got a 383 stroker. You take your 350, you put in a 400 crankshaft, and a little machine work, and bada boom, there it is. 700 R4 automatic transmission as well. Power steering and brakes, even has power windows in it, and a Dakota digital dash. But the body and the paint is outstanding. Exceptional job of really thinking this through as they made this build. Even the wheel choice fits in perfectly with everything else.
High bid on that at 60 grand. Well, you mentioned F100s, F1s, both here at Mecum Glendale. Here's an F100 from 1956, and Bill, this one's going to sell at no reserve.
Yeah, Scott, yesterday we saw some that went from mild to wild. Some of them were really super high-end customs. This one kind of a tweener. It's been modified, obviously. Big block Ford, FE V8 there, Edelbrock intake, and a 4-barrel as well. C6, that's that high-performance automatic transmission from Ford that found its way behind their big block setups. It's a 3-speed transmission. Color's Castleton green, and a new gray interior's been stitched in there. Put some disc brakes up front as well, and those aftermarket wheels all polished to a high sheen. Boy, this is going to be a blockbuster bargain if it sells at this price point right now. Whoa.
Hey, that's a blockbuster bargain.
Yeah, it is. Oh, less than $20,000. And take that right to the next ISCA show and win a trophy with it.
Boom. Well, you know, the list of options on the next car, Bill, a 69 Camaro, I'm going to call it Pro Touring. The list of options is making that dreaded color wheel, spinning wheel on my little laptop come up and appear. It's just 1.5 miles long.
Yeah, it's a modified Camaro. This is, you know, nowhere near an original car, but boy, the modifications are so choice. Start with that engine, a 427, 570 horsepower. It's got the GM Performance front pulley and engine controller systems on it as well. A lot of modern type of speed equipment has gone into this build, but a Tremec 5-speed manual transmission with the LS7 GM hydraulic clutch handles that power. A Curry 9-inch rear end with 390 gears built for the Ride Tech system. And yes, it has Ride Tech underpinnings underneath. Lots of other modifications. Man, a lot of handiwork here. They actually welded the rear cradle and the frame for extra strength. Aftermarket ATS aluminum spindles. Yeah, I mean, I just can't say enough of the quality of this build, and it's going to sell.
Yeah, reserves off.
ET wheels, you see the spoked wheels. Yeah. Low profile, high performance rubber, and a handshake or two. Seal the deal.
Yep, love it. $86,000, 1969 Camaro. Here's a 1941 pickup.
And again, looks somewhat original, but there's been some modifications here. Started with a ground-up restoration, then went to a flathead V8, as you see there, with a blower and a nice big fat 4-barrel carburetor to feed that flatty. Whoa, baby. C4 automatic transmission and a 4-inch dropped axle up front. The supercharger comes from Tom Roberts, guy well known in the industry for coming up with some radical supercharger setups. Ford 8-inch rear end with limited slip. And how about that subdued paint color?
Well, I think I've found your new favorite name for a paint, Bill.
Yes.
It's called, really, I'm not making this up, blown head gasket gray. What do you think?
That's right. That is the official name of that color. I hope it's not prophetic.
True. True.
But yeah, that is clever. Real simple, conservative wheel treatment, black steel wheels with the Ford center caps.
And look at that. It just sold for $60,000. Did we say trucks have been successful here in Glendale? Yes, indeed. We're going to take another break and resume on the other side, live from Glendale, Arizona.
Welcome back to Mecum Glendale. We have made it to the final day, which means only the biggest and baddest cars are going to cross the block. And if you're looking for a car with personality, we have found it. If you have a vanity plate that says Cad King, you better have the baddest Cadillac out here. And we found a 67 Cadillac DeVille convertible. Take a look at this interior lighting right here, the custom lighting. This only starts to tell the story, because when you look at this Cadillac and you look at this paint on this Cadillac, Chris, it took my eyes away, and I don't even know what to say. It is beautiful.
Well, it is very difficult to look away from this 67 DeVille convertible. No indication on the consignment sheet what's under the hood. I assume it's the 429. However, that's not what it's all about. It's not about the powertrain. It's about this paint job. And yes, this is all hand painted. This is not a wrap. These aren't decals. This is all hand painted, hand striped, and then cleared over. I'm told by the consignor it took 3 months to complete this paint job. And man, you can see every loving minute in it because it is just so well done, so cool. The color combinations just all work together so well. Obviously, Shannon, you gonna enter?
Bill's gonna give me a ride if I can get in. You got the door locks on here, Bill?
Might be locked out.
I'm locked out. Elvis Presley had one of these bad boys, but I don't think it looked like this. This is the king of caddies right here. You know what, Bill? I'll just walk along with you. How about that? Yeah, we missed our shot to get in the Cadillac. Back to you guys.
That's okay. That's got some eyeball, no doubt about it. And this 1970 Mustang Mach 1, frankly, looks pretty plain after looking at that Cadillac, doesn't it?
Oh, but it's not really a boring automobile, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls, moms and dads, and children of all ages. That is a 428 R-Code Cobra Jet, providing the power for this 70 Mach 1. It's got the C6 3-speed automatic, fantastic restoration. It is one of 228 with this paint and trim code per Kevin Marty. And his excellent Marty report, of course, he's not far away, about 20 minutes away in El Mirage, Arizona, and he and his wife, Shelly, doing it for a long time, making sure that people that want to know how their Mustangs were built, the equipment, how original they are, and what they ought to have, he's the guy to ask. And this one already into the mid-70s. The reserve is off, and a new owner just moments away.
And our auctioneer, Jimmy Landis, says last call and hammers it right there at $75,000. Fantastic car. First Mach 1 I think we've had this week, too.
First Mach 1.
I believe.
Yeah, and with a 428 Cobra Jet, so that's the way to do it.
Yes, sir. Here is an Impala Super Sport, year 1962.
409
cubes, 409 horsepower. That was the top 409 in 1962. And this was a car that was being drag raced a lot back in 1962. I think Hayden Proffitt winning top stock eliminator, the 1962 U.S. Nationals in a 409 Chevrolet. This has got the Muncie 4-speed manual. Lots of parts and pieces have been replaced during the restoration. And once again, the finished product speaks for itself. Roman red is the color. U.S. mags. Look at the U.S. mags on that car. Boy, I think that's one of the best examples of why I wouldn't put black wheels on that car, man.
Very true.
That's a great stance. Seeing that side exhaust come out right there in front of the rear wheels. That's a great setup.
Oh, it's a beauty.
$67,000 is the bid.
My dual quad 4-speed posit traction 409. And it does have posit traction, by the way.
Sing it, Bill.
Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, by the way, it has a little upgrade on the brakes, too. Don't want to overlook that. 4-wheel disc brakes now on that ride.
Well, the consignor says, no, I don't want to let it go just now at $67,000.
Well, bid goes on, desk will be busy. Line forms to the left, everybody.
All right, so we'll move ahead and take a look at a 1959 Chrysler letter car. This is the 59 300E.
Yeah, Scott, this was the transitional year for the letter cars from Chrysler as they moved from the 392 Hemi to the 413 Wedge. And you see it still has the dual quad setup, and you know what? The horsepower rating, the same as the Hemi it replaced, 380. Rare, optional, true level torsion air suspension and the autopilot cruise control. They did not spare one expense on this restoration with only 100 miles on it since. And the only known convertible example with those options I mentioned that's known to exist.
Wow.
Yes.
Rare bird.
You bet. Radiant red, tan, gray gores, leather interior. Rebuilt everywhere. brake system, fuel system, got a new battery in it, wheel bearings replaced. It's the way to do it.
You know, we talk about 1970 being the pinnacle year for muscle cars back in the day. 59 has got to be maybe one of the ultimate years in this chrome and fin era, because you know, everybody's got to do it more and better and bigger and brighter than the next guy.
Well, remember 1958, it seemed like every designer in Detroit had gotten vapor locked because they were just coming out with the most outrageous designs. Look at what happened in 58, then 59, the Cadillac, and on and on. So you're right. This was quite a period for the unfettered imagination.
Wowzers. Okay, it reached 90,000, but we'll pause on that one and see what the bid goes on desk can do. In the meantime, our focus car right now, a 1954 Ford Crestline Skyliner.
Did I mention transitional year? There's another one. There's another
very
one.
True.
First year for the FEV8 in the Fords, as the Flathead, after so many years, was finally put out to pasture. This is the top-of-the-line Skyliner model, and that was the 239 Cube Y-block-based engine, by the way. Ford-O-Matic, 3-speed automatic transmission, and vintage air conditioning has been plumbed in as well.
You know, the glass in the top of these has a kind of a green tint to it, I assume, to try to lighten up a little bit of the UV rays that might have been coming in there, but it plays so nicely with the green highlights of the interior. It makes it a really classy look.
Yeah, you're right, and of course they really emphasized that with the Crown Victorias that came in shortly thereafter. Crest line, custom line, main line. Those were the trim levels for the full-size Ford 1954.
Not online?
Not online.
By the way, that roof Rutledge, that would be, it's a good thing this car has vintage air, because out here in the desert Southwest, not a great idea.
Boy, that'd be tricky, wouldn't it?
Yeah, like I always say, it feel like the French fries under that heat lamp in McDonald's.
No question. It sold for $12,500, and we moved to, oh man, the epitome of class back in the 30s. One of them anyway, a Rolls-Royce 2025 Freestone Web Coupe.
Yeah, a little bit of a story behind that. We would call this the paragon of luxury for 1935, as people were dealing with the tail end of the Great Depression. Rolls-Royce, nothing slowing them down. One of two of these cars created by Freestone and Webb. Back in the mid-1930s, there were a bunch of companies that were doing the coach work on Rolls-Royces. That just, you know, off the top of my head, Park Ward and Gurney and Thrupp and Maberly, people like that, were really carrying through with the tradition of great styling on the Rolls-Royce. This one with a 3.7-liter inline six-cylinder and a 4-speed manual transmission. A lot of documentation that goes along with this, including the photos from the restoration as well.
Super cool. 70,000 will be the high bid. Here's a 1963 Eldorado that has been completely customized.
It's kind of crazy because it's matching numbers, but
no kidding.
Yes, but the rest of the car has certainly gone through a major makeover. Yeah, it's got the 390 in it with a hydromatic, automatic, the 4-speed hydromatic in there, custom tan leather interior. It's got the factory bucket seats. As we take a look at the engine there, and you see the old Delco air conditioning compressor up there. Wood grain interior trim's been all redone. The audio system, man, oh man, it's a focal audio system with two 10-inch subwoofers built into the rear seat, two 6.5-inch mid-ranges, and front kick panels have got two 3.5-inch speakers as well.
There you go.
And you got the tweeters in the dash. Oh man, that's stadium sound on wheels.
It's also got that air ride. It's controlled by airlift on there.
Yep.
The Vogue tires, the spoke wheels. I mean, that's a caddy that you'd be real proud to rock around Atlanta, I can tell you that much.
Oh, 20-inch wheels.
And who does, it's funny, you mentioned the numbers matching aspect. Who does all that work on a numbers matching caddy?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
but fun.
They went the limit on it.
High bid on that Cadillac Eldorado, $70,000. On to another Rolls-Royce from a completely different era here, Bill, a 1963 Silver Cloud 3.
Yeah, Scott, this might be the car that people picture when you say Rolls-Royce, because they went with this style for so long. 1963 had 3 different models of the Rolls-Royce, the standard, the long wheelbase. Then they did specialty bodies, too, and people could individualize the car the way they wanted. This one with the 185 horsepower V8 engine, and for a long time, Rolls-Royce wouldn't tell you how much horsepower their engines had. If you asked, they'd say it's adequate. It's adequate. Stop asking. But this one, beautiful restoration, Mason's black, beautiful beige interior with the Connolly leather, and the mohair headliner. Oh, all the real coochie stuff.
And if you missed it, the high bid there on the Rolls-Royce, $55,000, and a cool little VW Beetle coming up here.
It's a custom. There goes Rutledge. By the way, we're talking about transitional years. One right here. This was the last year for the little oval rear window. They changed the following year and put a bigger one in there. But Rutledge, are you bonding with this?
Oh, this one's a beautiful one. It's hard not to love that oval, especially when you've got the sliding rag top in there. Obviously, it's had a narrowed beam up front, lowered all the way around. This is a gorgeous setup here. A lot of nice chrome bright work on here as well. The wheels with the low-profile tires look awesome. That's a sharp car.
Yep, that's Herbie after a spa day right there. Everything's been tweaked.
That's hilarious. 28 is the bid. And 28 is also the hammer price. The guy back there in the seating area with Nick will take that one home for $28,000. Let's send it over to Chris Jacobs now.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Oh, yeah, we got some solid Mopars coming across the block today, including this gorgeous 1966 Plymouth Belvedere 2. Oh, looky, looky. Yep, there's the cross ram intake on top of that 426 Ram Charger. What a great setup. Man, beautiful. What fantastic restoration. Also, proper YY1 paint code. That is saddle bronze metallic. Take a look at the interior, too. Very well done inside. Column shift. You got the beautifully restored bench seat, back seat. Just not a flaw anywhere, top or bottom on this car. American Racing mags all the way around. This is just such a cool car. And if you want to jump into the Mopar market and you want to go a little bit left to center, maybe the Belvedere 2 has the recipe for you. Going across the block a little bit later today with a whole bunch of other amazing cars. Stick around, a lot more from Arizona after this.
Well, if you want to know how special these 3 1965 396 Corvettes are, that's my buddy Rick Barrick, who is an NCRS judge who specializes in 1965 big block Corvettes. Those cars have originality that are indescribable, and they are coming to Dana Mecum's 39th Original Spring Classic in May.
Unbelievable cars.
Yes.
I got a chance to meet Rick at the McCacken show last fall up in Chicago, and actually was very, very pleased to present him with the J.K. Memorial Award at McCacken 2025. Terrific guy. 3 spectacular cars coming to Indy in May. 1983 K30 Chevy pickup truck. The reserve is off, $35,000.
It's got a 454 and tri-power, 3 2-barrel carburetors. Chevrolet never offered a 454 with 3 2-barrel carburetors, so a lot of aftermarket work underneath there. 4-speed manual, 4-wheel drive, and yes, it's our latest vehicle to be sold here in Glendale.
Love it. On to a 1957 Thunderbird. We'll open things up in the 30s.
Wow. Another custom that just makes you shake your head. And it started out with a 351 Windsor. They stroked it to 392 cubic inches, roller cam lifters and rockers. It's got fuel injection, maybe 500 horsepower lurking underneath there. You see the aluminum radiator. Oh, my.
Yeah.
Automatic transmission, a 2200 RPM stall converter and shift kit. You'll be king of the street with that. Oh, Bayer brakes, beautiful leather interior. You see the paint, that's Viper red. That's an OEM color from the Dodge Viper. And so many other things to like. 17-inch American racing wheels. Got the low-profile rubber. Wow.
I was going to say, I don't believe we've ever seen an engine room quite like that on a 57 T-Bird, huh?
If we did, it's out of my memory.
Bid at 50 grand here.
Yeah, you know, you can stand 20 feet away from that car and appreciate the workmanship. You could just tell that whoever did the build on this car took their time, did it right.
You know, and on this one, the closer you get to it, the better it gets.
Yeah.
It's insane. 50,000 the hammer for that heavily modified T-Bird. Let's check in with Shannon Spake right now.
Well, guys, from one bird to another, you got a Thunderbird, I got a Firebird. Take a look at this. It is the last true American muscle car, the 1979 Firebird Trans Am. Oh my goodness, this thing is so beautiful. I love the 4-eyed in the front, and you look at the lights, and of course, the Firebird on the front of the hood. The interior is this beautiful red, but a cool story. So this is a 1979. When I was in high school, I drove a 1986 Firebird, white, just like this, red interior, just like that. Obviously a different body style, but still very cool. You know, yesterday, Rutledge told us that he had a Bricklin, when, you know, that was his car. That's cute. How about having a Thunderbird? This is what your girl drove when she was in high school.
Very cool car. Thank you, Shannon, out there in the 303 staging lane for us. And love the history.
Can I introduce this car?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
This is a 1959 Auto Bianchi Bianchina Transformable Special.
Very good, Mr. Corleone.
My pleasure. Look at this little micro car. And you know, this is a category of automobile that's finding a lot of love recently. A whole bunch of manufacturers have built automobiles on these little wheelbases with these little motors. And look at that, 30 grand.
Wow. You know, they never cease to amaze us, don't they?
They, you know, every time we see one, first we chuckle, and then we kind of appreciate what we're looking at.
Right. 1956 GMC pickup truck. Rutledge is taking a good look around this one.
Yeah, this one's gorgeous, guys. It's got a lot of really interesting touches. There's been a lot of chrome that's been deleted, but then a lot of chrome that has been redone and really jumps out at you. Particularly, I like that they deleted the original chrome handles and they went with a more flush style, and then they matched that same handle on the tailgate. And you know, we see a lot less of the GMC versions of these trucks, Bill, than the Chevy, so it makes it pretty exciting when you get to see one that's done this nicely.
Yeah, we call those door handles the Kindig door handles. He's popularized those. But you know, other things that I hope you got a good look at. Did you see the lattice work under the hood just in front of the radiator? You know, that's labor intensive. It's got an aftermarket frame from TCI, and the power's another LS swap, the 6.2 liter with a 6L80 automatic transmission, coilover suspension from Ridetech, all really top of the line modifications, including the Willwood brakes.
Well, lift the reserve and hope that motivates him to bid a few more times.
Yeah, sometimes you measure the quality of a custom pickup by the bed and the floor of the bed, and that one beautiful hardwood with the stainless rub strips.
Remember the one we had yesterday where it looked like they had taken a torch and kind of burned that wood, and it just gave it a little bit of extra texture and flavor? Man, that was sharp.
Boy, you do that wrong and you got to start all over again.
Yes, sir.
What do you got? 76, 78, 78 pounds and under net. 70, 77. I'll take it. 78.
No, 78.
77, 78. Now 9. 79, 189. You need a bid, not a bid. 79,000. 78 pound under, 79 pound under. Not gonna be, not gonna be, not. Internet last call. Here we go.
Boy, Scott,
78,000.
gray has kind of become the color of choice for a lot of builders these days. Not a color that we had seen not long ago. Now we see it more often.
You know, that's a really good point, and most of it is that flat with no metallic or anything in it, and just kind of letting the shade of and the depth of the gray do the talking.
Exactly. Yeah, sometimes you'll see it gloss like this, and sometimes that matte finish.
Well, there's nothing even resembling gray, I don't think, on this Cadillac that the guys previewed for us, Shannon and the guys previewed a little while ago.
Maybe the inner fender wells, but
right.
That's about it. Yeah, and well, there you see the engine, and as Chris pointed out during the preview, that really isn't what we, notice about this car. The engine and the transmission is pretty much, according to Hoyle, it's the paint job and the finish work. Try to guess how many hours it would take to do a layered panel paint job with candy apple, with metal flake, with clear coat, with all the masking needed to do this.
I mean, it'd blow your mind. I mean, when you get a look there, it's a perfect shot there on the side where you almost see that. It's almost like a zebra stripe, but then there's lace work on the hood. I mean, what an absolute piece of art this car is.
Guys, the consignor told me it was a 3-month paint job all day, every day for 3 months. And, yeah, you can really see it in the details.
Well, here's my question. How many people did it take 3 months to paint this car? This is maybe I don't know if it's a one-man job. You used to work in a paint shop when you were younger, Bill. I mean, that's insane.
Well, hey, when I worked in the body shop, if I was going to do that paint job, I'd still be working on it.
All right, let's move ahead to this 1940 Ford Custom Woody wagon.
Professionally built Woody, original 40 Ford frame that's been professionally boxed. Basically means one side of that frame is open from the factory, and then you take flat steel and you weld it so that you've got a box shape now, much stronger. Got a tube cage that's been grafted to the front of this frame with a front sheet metal as well. Really makes it a lot more fortified for that LT1 Corvette engine that you just saw. 4L60E automatic, and it's called Fiddleback Maple over the cage with ribbon grain mahogany flat panels. Wow, I almost couldn't say that. Anyway, it is a little Woody that has had a ton of modifications. That was actually one of the star attractions at the Back to the 50s car show in Minnesota, and also participated in the Ford Performance Rally, a well-known Woody in the Ford community.
A high bid on this 1940 Ford at $45,000. And you can really see the grain in that maple as you get up close to it. That's beautiful.
And that chopped top, too.
Yep. Here is a 1988 F350. It's a Centurion conversion, Bill.
Yeah, and this truck right here, according to the odometer, has but a mere 8,422 miles on it. So this truck is just waiting for the next owner to put it back to work. 460 big block right there. Automatic transmission. The Centurion Bronco conversion, which really gives it an element of rarity for sure. Simple paint, just looks like a very light metallic or non-metallic blue outside and a blue interior.
Bill, I always loved seeing these as a kid because there weren't a ton of them out there.
Right.
But if you saw it, it was so rare that you're like, oh my gosh, it's like they made their own Suburban using a Bronco. The top comes off. It was just so many things that kind of don't make sense that it made perfect sense.
Yeah, a good way to put it.
Reserve is off. And somebody's going to get a pretty decent truck here for not a lot of cash.
Oh, yeah, because you think about it, it's still super capable to use
yes, sir.
as a truck, as a family hauler. But also, pop the top off the back. You just have something so different than everyone else on the road.
Yep. Yeah, get Frankie Avalon and Net and Connie Stevens and the gang and head to the beach.
Good luck, sir.
You bought it. Yeah! What do we say?
$18,000, and they will take that truck home.
Yeah. Smile, boys, you're on TV.
And we will focus on the next car, 1969 Cougar XR7 convertible.
Yeah, this is the top of the trim lines of the Cougar in 1969, the XR7. Of course, you know, if you wanted the Eliminator, now you're going to the top performance option, but this one is the convertible, 390, 320 horse. You also get that in the Mustang. In fact, the Cougar kind of existed in the shadow of the Mustang for a long time. Cougar came along several years after the Mustang in 1967. One of only 344 that were built with this engine and transmission combination with a C6 automatic. Factory air, powered front disc brakes, steering, and the top is power as well, glass rear window, a lot of extras, AM, 8-track stereo, and a deluxe Mighty Report. Dark ivy green saddle interior. And into the $40,000 range.
And you get the stuffed Cougar along with it.
There it is.
Riding up on the convertible
top there,
cover.
yep. On the boot.
40 grand, 42.
Rospa helps it all.
40 grand, 42. 40,000, 42. 42, yes sir, 42, reserve is off, 40 pound, 41, 40 pound out of one, a bed down.
Okay, that's what we want to hear.
40 pound out of one, a bed down, 3 down, 41. So $40,000, so $40,000, Nick.
Lot S.
And 40 will do it.
2004 Mercedes-Benz SL500.
So the XR7 will growl out of here. And we will take a break. More still to come from State Farm Stadium in Glendale. Stick around.
Welcome back, everybody, to Glendale, Arizona, inside State Farm Stadium, home of Mecum Auctions. And there's a saying in the collector car world, they're only original ones. And man, does this 65 Impala wagon fit the bill. First of all, a rare vehicle. This is one of only 82 built with the 409. This happens to be the last year for the 409. This car was in the same family for 59 years. The owner passed away in 1982, was then stuck in a barn where it remained for the next 42 years and then changed hands for the first time in February 2024. You're getting a look at the patina and the original interior. I mean, look at this. This is what it's all about. This car tells a story. It's incredible. And this could very well be the most highly documented Impala wagon on the planet because this original owner was meticulous with his records. I want to just give you an example. In 1978, he drove this car from Moscow, Pennsylvania, his hometown, to Los Angeles, and he literally marked the mileage day by day. And his total miles for the trip, 2340, one way across from LA and back to Pennsylvania with a few detours along the way. It's believed he stopped in Yellowstone National Park. What a road trip that would have been. But man, it's amazing. I hope whoever buys this car leaves it in this exact condition because it deserves it. A true time capsule. Guys, you're gonna love this one when it crosses the block in just a little bit.
You know, how many times, Chris, do we talk about the fact that the story can help make the car? And that is a perfect example. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that, and we will take a close look at it when it crosses the block here in a little while. In the meantime, the reserve is off to $28,000 on this 2007 Jaguar.
Oh boy, this is the quick little kitty cat, 420 horsepower, 4.2 liter V8. I've got a 2001 with 290 horsepower, my XK8, and I can only imagine what it feels like to pop the throttle on this. Automatic transmission, lots of options, and yes, it sells.
30 grand. Beautiful C7 Corvette here. Second year of the C7, 2015, Bill.
Yeah, Laguna Blue too. There you go. That is one of the most popular colors for the C7. 455 horsepower, 6.2 LT1. One of 1,706 coupes finished in this Laguna Blue, because you know what? That was extra cost. 8-speed, automatic with paddle shifters. The 2LT equipment group gives you a lot of extras, not as much as the 3LT, but it'll keep a lot of people satisfied. It's got nav, leather, heated, cooled seats, head-up display. Odometer reads almost 23,000 miles. Yeah, JK and I were out at the Peterson Museum in 2014 for the West Coast unveiling of the C7 Corvette, and Kirk Binion, who was the designer of this car, had to calm everybody down because suddenly Corvettes didn't have round taillights, and a little bit of an insurrection going on.
A little?
Yeah, so he sort of had to explain the reasoning there.
Yeah, the Corvette website probably blew up when those taillights came out. I remember that was the most controversial part of this new car.
Yeah, and you know what? People did calm down, and now they've really embraced the C7.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah, no doubt. I remember going to the Bloomington Gold Show. They had one of the very first ones just on display, and the line was wrapped around the building just to sit in the car.
Yes, indeed.
$40,000 buys at C7 here in Glendale. Here's a Bentley Bentayga from 2017 up next for us.
I think we had one of these yesterday in white.
Yes, you're correct.
And without question, one of the fastest, most luxurious, and expensive station wagons on planet Earth. Twin turbo, 6-liter, 600 horse W12 engine with an automatic and all-wheel drive. Oh boy, is this thing puffed out. Panoramic sunroof, of course, leather inside. Front and rear seats are heated. The steering wheel is heated. Oh, hold me back. Adaptive cruise control. You know, I have adaptive cruise control on my Jeep Grand Cherokee. That takes getting used to. You know, because if you have regular cruise, you know, if you approach slower traffic, you've got to slow your car down.
Exactly.
And if your adaptive cruise control is a little slower than what you would have done, you can't, oh, wait a minute, somebody do something.
You know, you asked us that in Kissimmee, I think, and I said I'm not a fan because of, sometimes you don't even realize the car is slowing you down.
Yeah, it can happen.
And I just kind of like to turn it off.
It gets used. Eventually, I think you'll get used to it, but it is different.
$65,000 for the Bentayga. And it's funny, yesterday, the car right before the Bentayga was a white Bentley, and now we've got one following it, a 2014 Continental GT convertible today.
Oh, the planets are aligning.
They are.
Twin turbo, 500 horsepower, 4-liter, V8. Not the big W12, automatic transmission and all-wheel drive. Mulliner, one of the all-time great coach builders in history. It's so many of those high-end personalized luxury cars. Well, they named the package that this car has the Mulliner package with some extras. Breeze Metallic. Look at that. That's a great name for a paint job. Linen and porpoise diamond stitched leather interior. And of course, all the things you'd expect to find in a high-end Bentley. 21-inch, 10-spoke polished alloy wheels.
I bid here 72 at the moment, still looking for that reserve to come off.
You know, you certainly have ridden in a Bentley, I would think, like all of us have, Scott.
Sure.
You're just isolated from the real world. Now, this is a convertible with the top down. You know, that's not what I'm referring to, but if you're in the fixed roof cars and doesn't matter what's going on the outside, you are so removed from everything that's going on around the car. It's an isolation booth.
It really is. A friend of mine out at Pebble has a GTC Speed.
Oh, boy.
And it is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And riding around out there with the top down is otherworldly.
Oh, you're living large, man.
Yep. Okay, let's move to a 1973 International 1210 pickup truck.
Yeah, it's got a rebuilt 392 in there. How about that? Rebuilt 727 automatic transmission. That sounds vaguely like a Mopar drivetrain to me. Holly Sniper fuel injection up top, factory air, power steering and brakes, and new stuff underneath like the drive shaft, leaf springs, dual exhaust. Got new rubber on there, the correct wheels with hubcaps and beauty rings. Professionally polished stainless steel trim. Yeah, so some investment went into this international pickup.
Matt Morbeck makes the announcement. The reserve's off, $69,000.
And back in the 1970s, yeah, this was not that unusual a color scheme to see on vehicles. Things were a little bit more wide open when it came to the color palettes that we saw back in '73.
Yeah, that's very indicative of what you might see on, any number of vehicles in the early to mid-70s.
A lot of earth tones, things like that. Yeah.
Next up for us is a 1965 Mustang on the block, and wowzers, look at all the bright work on the engine compartment there.
Sits a little lower too. We'll get back to that. That is a supercharged 351 Windsor, and it has been heavily updated with electronic fuel injection, MSD ignition. Transmission, manual transmission, a 5-speed with a performance-style shifter and a narrowed Ford 9-inch rear end, allowing you to put that wheel and tire combination in there without chopping up the wheel wells. Narrow rear end, adjustable coilovers underneath there, and 4-wheel disc brakes. Dark green, metallic, and a black interior.
And a high bid of 60 grand for that 65 Mustang. More from State Farm Stadium in the heart of the Northwest Valley, still to come on ESPN Plus. Well, up on the upper concourse, some cars parked up there that will make an appearance down below on field level by the end of the day today, and a great lineup up there. Can't wait for him to come downstairs. Right now on the block is a 93 F350 pickup truck.
Oh, that is all dude, baby. Yeah. Actually, this is a truck that's had the cab swapped with a 2019 Ford F350. How about that?
That's cool.
It is cool. Very inventive. 6.7-liter Power Stroke diesel. They built up the automatic transmission to take the power with 4-wheel drive. The build used a 2019 frame and interior wiring harness, and the body was taken down to bare metal before they painted it. Good job all the way around.
Yep, and a high bid of $17,000, and we moved to a 1972 Corvette.
Yep, and this has been hot rodded. 502 crate motor, 505 horsepower with an automatic transmission. And the motor has been lightened a little bit with aluminum heads, air conditioning, serpentine pulleys. It's a billet air conditioning compressor you might have seen, aluminum radiator, and some new parts and pieces throughout. That's not an OEM blue on that Corvette either. I don't know what it is. Yeah, L88 hood. It's been painted white with ghost flames. And you see the aftermarket side exhaust, US mags.
That even looks a little taller than an L88 hood. They've
yeah, maybe they did.
Done some work.
Added another story to it.
Exactly. High bid here, $49,000. Well, once again, now in 2026, as NPD celebrates its 50th year in business, we are very happy to partner with them here on our Mecum telecast. And right now, it's time for our NPD preview. We'll start with Chris Jacobs.
Thanks, Scott. Well, my love of Dodge and Plymouth is no secret, but if I were to be swayed over to the bow tie side, this could very well be the vehicle to do it. Unbelievable. 1970 SS Chevelle 454 LS6. Oh my goodness, this thing is just gorgeous. Not a flaw anywhere on it. Triple black. That LS6 backed up by that 3-speed turbo hydro automatic TH400, 12-bolt posi traction rear, power steering, power front disc brakes. Oh my goodness, this car has everything, and looking so good in black with those white stripes. cowl induction. You're getting a look at the flawless interior right there. Take a look at the trunk, also totally period correct and perfect. This is a multi-award winning car right here. 1970, once again, coming in so strong with the argument that it is the pinnacle year for American muscle. And hey, you got a project in your garage that happens to be a bow tie, happens to be a Chevelle, might be an LS6. Oh, Bill Stevens, what should they turn to?
Jacobs, we got to get you over to the dark side. Anyway, look at that. 454 LS6. And by the way, that is the original drivetrain in the background, and that is the NPD catalog. You got to get one. Yeah, as Chris mentioned, you got a project. You're going to need that to get the stuff you need.
And right now, you go to nationalpartsdepot.com, pick up your part. You can get it to your door just a couple of days. From most locations, NPD celebrating 50 years of passion, quality, and service. And our next pickup truck here happens to be a 1970 Chevy C10.
Everything's been done. Frame off restoration by DT Classic Autos. It's the short bed, big back window model. 350 small block, all done over with Phytech fuel injections. Got the billet serpentine pulley system. By the way, those serpentine pulley systems are kind of cool because most of them have a reverse flow water pump, which really helps in cooling and cooling efficiency. A lot of them have that. Also has the aluminum radiator to help with cooling. 700 R4 automatic transmission, and you see the paint finish there. It's kind of an off-white, pure white with a little blue tint and a black interior.
Big money, but even 90, not enough. So the bid goes on the pickup truck. And how about the eye snap on this 70 Bronco, Bill?
Woo. Yeah, look at that, huh? With a choice of color. And, of course, the engine is a 302 small block with Phytech fuel injection one more time and headers. And a 5-speed, 3-pedal, a manual transmission, which always gets our attention. It's got the special suspension, special shocks, 4-wheel power disc brakes, drilled and slotted rotors. Oh, let's just watch this thing roll by. Look at the paint finish. That just comes to life under the lights. Big rubber. No reserve. You know, I'll put this first-gen Bronco in the same category now as the Cobra replicas and maybe 55, 57 Chevys. They're all different. Everybody has their own interpretation of what they want, and we never see two exactly the same when they've been modified.
67. Yes.
Oh!
Yeah, that first-gen Bronco, that ran for a decade. Debuted in '66. Then they went to the bigger Bronco.
Thank you very much.
Full-size Bronco. Shortly after the original Bronco, it celebrated its 10th birthday.
Well, here, this one gavels for $67,000 at no reserve. A little lighter on that. They call it red. I'm thinking it's kind of a dark copper, but that is channeling some Duracell battery.
Yeah.
Look there. I love it. All right, 63 Fairlane 500 next on the auction block here at State Farm Stadium.
Ooh, I like this. And, you know, that Coyote V8, the aftermarket V8 from Ford, the Ford Performance engine, we predicted that we would see more and more of these over the years, and here's another example. This is the 435 horsepower crate Coyote, the 5-liter. This car's had a complete rotisserie restoration, Tremec 5-speed, and a factory original interior. They left it alone. Finish air conditioning. Estimated $71,000, by the way, in receipts for what you're looking at. And boy, you can see that money was well spent. American racing wheels, chrome, vintage burgundy black interior with a white top.
Yeah, they're proud of that Coyote swap too. They put that badge on the front fender.
Yeah.
You know, I like the more sleeper quality of it without that badge, so somebody's really surprised. But the guys who did the work, hey, they're taking pride in it.
Hey, we're still trying to get you over to the Chevy side.
Never.
No.
Never.
No.
Yeah, that Coyote comes in so many different flavors, horsepower ratings. both installed at the factory and, of course, over the counter from Ford Performance.
77. Got the reserve off. We got to go.
Okay, they are wrapping it up on this one, $75,000.
Oh, I'm so glad that sold. Oh, good luck to the new owner.
That's a fun car. Speaking of fun,
yeah,
and something that will probably help prevent Chris from going to the dark side, 2023 Challenger shakedown wide body car now.
Yeah, this has got the 6.4, the 392, and you get a 6-speed in this one. Can't always get a 6-speed manual in these late in the going Dodge muscle cars. Napa leather, Alcantara seats, Scat Pack logo, shaker intake.
Yeah, the Shakedown, in my opinion, is probably one of the best last call models because of that manual transmission, because it's not a supercharged engine. It's got the shaker hood, and it's got that cool graphic going over the top. So you have a little bit of everything without, too much of anything. This is one of the better last call models in my opinion, and affordable too.
Yeah, it's the sensible car that could kill you, I guess is the way to put it.
3 pedals, no fear.
And you know what they say, I've heard this before, as we see the high bid there at $52,000, the best anti-theft device nowadays on a car
manual transmission.
Is a manual transmission.
Better than a club.
Absolutely. All right, here we go next with a 2018 Acura NSX.
Oh, a big round of applause for the folks at Acura for bringing back the NSX. Yeah, this is a car that really redefined the whole Acura brand. It was a halo car when this debuted, and now back in 2018, we get to enjoy these cars again. They're a hybrid now. Twin turbo, 3.5-liter mid-engine V6 with 3 electric motors. 2 motors independently power the front wheels, and a third assist the V6 out back. One of 3,000 produced between 2017 and 2022. 573 horsepower, by the way, all in, and the all-wheel drive system. 9-speed dual-clutch automatic with paddle shifters and luxury abundanza. Man, you are not going to be cheated out of your creature comforts in one of these.
Yeah, one of the most appropriate comebacks for a car was the NSX. I mean, Acura was so smart to bring it back. And, an influence on the McLaren F1. Gordon Murray, the designer of the McLaren F1, he had a Gen 1 NSX, loved it so much, based a lot of his F1 design on the original NSX.
Yeah, that original NSX was a perennial choice on Car and Driver's 10 best list. Everyone raved about it, all the books, and they were not overly powerful, but it was just the balance and the lightness of those cars. It could compete with cars with much more horsepower due to the great engineering that went into it. And of course, look at how they've evolved now with a hybrid powertrain and all of the extra creature comforts, and of course the horsepower rating, 573. It's really almost day and night between the first ones and these late generation ones.
Yeah, too far.
Such a great design in the rear too. That exhaust is tucked in there so beautifully, just total efficiency.
Well, you may have heard they're going to leave it at $107,500, just a little bit too much to make up to where the consignor's comfortable with letting that one go. So the bid goes on. We'll be back in just a moment. A lot of money being thrown at this car. It is for good reason too. A 2017 Ferrari 488 Spider.
Yeah, and you're not going to get cheated on the horsepower here. 661 horsepower out of a little 3.9-liter V8 with twin turbos. 7-speed dual-clutch automatic transmission. We're beginning to see Formula One technology make its way into the road Ferraris. Look at the Scuderia shields on the front fenders. That's an interesting treatment on those. We're so used to seeing the big yellow ones.
Yes, a little bit different.
A little bit.
$175,000 is the high bid on that world beater, the 488, man, when it came along and succeeded the 458. Wow, amazing. We move on now to a 1989 Jaguar XJS convertible.
Oh, yes. Been a while since we've seen one of these Camaros. Oh, Jaguars. That debate goes a way back.
Yes, it does. Longtime viewers of the program will know. JK2 will know.
I've always said the contours of these Jags remind me of the Camaro, but hey, they're still pretty collectible, these cars, especially the ones with the V8. Maybe not as much as the V12s. People, I think, prefer the V8 in these, although this one is not the Jag V8. It's an LS1, automatic transmission, upgraded wheels. And this vehicle's been donated with proceeds to benefit the Veterans Community Project to help build transitional homes for veterans in the West Valley region. Yay.
So all the proceeds for a very, very good cause.
Indeed.
And it's selling at no reserve.
Look at that.
We should point that out.
Transplant there with that LS1 sitting in that Jag engine compartment, but it almost looks, it does look factory.
It looks a little unusual, but they did it so well that you're right.
Yeah.
All right, they're going to open the bidding now. Matt Morvac, our auctioneer. Boy, the badging on the rear end of that Jag tells you a big story, doesn't it? That V12.
Yeah, originally a V12 car.
Yes,
yeah.
But not now, of course. But they left it on. It's cool. That would have been super weird had they put the LS badging on the back end of this, huh?
Yes.
10,000 to open up here at no reserve.
13,000 a bid. 13, I'm going to bid 13. I'm going to bid 13.
Hey, let me just go back a little bit. Not a V8, but actually an inline 6 would have been in these XJSs, along with that V12. But the V8 in this one, of course, is Chevy sourced. It's a custom.
20,000. 20,000's all. He says, I'm throwing in my challenge coin to whoever buys this car. We got 17 so far, is that correct? 20,000 to bid. Gonna bid us at $18,000. 18 to bid. $18,000. Got 17 so far. 18,000 to bid. $18,000. 19,000. Somebody just give 20,000 for the car. There's a round even number. 20,000 to bid. I'm gonna bid 20,000. Ain't gonna get 20,000 to bid. I'm gonna bid 20,000. Mike, you want back 20,000 to bid. I'm gonna bid 20. Take it. 25,000 to bid. 20's there. 25,000 under down. I'm gonna bid 25. And I'm gonna bid 5. And I'm gonna bid Jared. Y'all done. I'm gonna bid 25,000 to bid. Hit 20. Gonna bid 25,000 bid. I'm gonna bid last call, y'all. 20's there. And I'm gonna get 25,000 under bid. I'm gonna bid $25,000 that we have.
Anybody else going to jump in?
Absolutely.
It's all for a
Sold
good cause.
$20,000. Sold $20,000.
Well, not at the moment, but hey, $20,000 going to the Veterans Community Project here in the West Valley. Very, very nice.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we've done our good deed for the day.
Absolutely right. I would agree with that. Let's check in with Shannon with the car that's coming up.
That's right, Scott. It's coming up in just a little bit. But when you think about muscle cars, American muscle cars, you think about the Dodge Challenger. #1, this is a 1970. Take a look, this beautiful blue finish. It is refinished, the original color. It has the side exhaust. That's original as well. But you take a look inside this car. It is pristine. It looks like it just drove off the factory floor. A lot of celebrities drive this type of muscle car. Joe Rogan has one. Kevin Hart has one. So it's very popular for celebrities. So it's absolutely going to be a great addition to anyone's garage. But one of the things you guys talked earlier, having a story with a car, and we know that we heard Chris talk about the travel log with one of those automobiles. We'll take a look at this. This one has its original broadcast sheet. I haven't seen this on a lot of the cars that are out here on the floor. So Bill, I'm wondering if you could explain maybe what that adds in terms of the value and what it is, what it documents on this car.
Yeah, good question, Shannon, because you go to any manufacturer and there will be an equivalent to the broadcast sheet. You got bill sheets, you got tank stickers, you've got all kinds of documentation that really become the birth certificate for the car. So you can trace exactly what it was equipped with when it was built originally. Some cars have more than one, just to make sure that you've got all of the information you'd want to verify what the value of the car is. And collectors today, they want to see a lot of that paperwork before they're ready to put down the big bucks.
Yeah, that telltale squiggly line on there, that's rust from the seat spring. where they used to stick those at the Chrysler Corporation manufacturing plants.
Yeah, GM would put them in the glove compartments under the seat. You know, it'd be like a scavenger hunt.
We'll come back to the block here now with a 1957 old Super 88.
A Super 88, not an 88. It's a Super 88, okay?
Yes.
One step down from the 98, okay? Just to get your math all in line here, this has the 371 Rocket 88, the J2 Tri-Power setup. Oh, is this collectible? You probably saw the Batwing air cleaner. Yep, that's original. Automatic transmission, as just about all of these full-size GM cars had back in the 1950s, and even the automatic transmission technology was being improved and evolved through that period. Power steering and brakes, leather interior. The top is power as well. It's got that traffic light viewer. Probably can sneak a look at that. That's on the dashboard in front of the driver. Remember the old overhead traffic lights? Well, if you pulled too close to the intersection and you had to look up to see the light, you couldn't because the top was in the way. So the reflector helped you see that light.
62, Adam, yes or no? 62,000. Sold $60,000, Travis.
All right, $60,000 for that Super 88.
Super indeed.
I don't know if we've ever seen a Super Duper 88.
Have we? No, I hope we don't. Never do.
Right. All right, a 66 Belvedere is going to be up next.
Oh, I've been waiting for this one. Oh, man, ever since I saw it in staging. What a great car. What a great engine, Bill.
Yeah, it's Hemi-powered Belvedere. Remember, 1966, that was the year that the Street Hemi became available in the Mopars, and it automatically became a killer on the drag strip. 425 horsepower cross ram, 4-barrel, 426 Hemi. This one with an automatic torque flight. Bronze paint, black interior. Yeah, Chris, you gave us a really good look at this a little bit earlier. And this actually was the doorstep for the GTX that came out in '67, which you could get the Hemi in that as well. But this is just kind of the down market Belvedere, which was the favorite with the drag races.
Yeah, before the GTX became its own model, it was known as the Belvedere GTX in '67. And man, this car is all about that cross ram with those big 4 barrels feeding each side of the valves.
High bid on this Belvedere from $66, $40,000. Well, Bill, to your point a little earlier about how popular gray has become. Now, I know they call this cacti green, and I see some green in it, but sometimes the light plays tricks on you. It does kind of have a little gray to it as well.
Sir, could you move out of the way, please? Thank you. We're trying to see the car here. Yeah.
That was Dana Mecum, by the way, just in case you didn't see it. Of course it was.
Oh, boy. This car right here, about 23,000 miles on it, so it's been driven a little bit, but it's got some extras in it. Of course, it's got the 495 horsepower 6.2, the 8-speed dual-clutch automatic, removable roof panel, and the Z51 performance package. Tech bronze forged aluminum wheels, the 20-inch jobs. Performance exhaust gives you a little bit more horsepower.
I don't know if I've ever seen this color before. It's very unusual, and especially so, it's overpronounced because they left the shark tooths, which is that piece that's on the back of the doors that goes to the rear quarter. They left that in body color. It might be a little less pronounced if those were done in black.
A lot of people, the carbon flash, that's what that is, and a lot of people do that. It's very true. And I'm with you, Chris. I have not seen this cacti green out in the wild yet. Until now, and it brings a very reasonable $60,000. So we'll break away here from our live coverage at Mecum Glendale, Arizona. More still to come. Oh my goodness, a brand new event on the Mecum calendar coming up later this year in September, to be exact. We are headed to Music City, Nashville, Tennessee. Actually a little bit outside of town at the Nashville Super Speedway, but it's going to be a big deal, man. At the racetrack, all kinds of stuff going on, car-related, music-related, everything.
Yep.
Make your plans now to be with us in Nashville.
People are already signing up for a tour of Bill Stevens' former home in Nashville.
I need to get on the list before I get shut out.
I'll work with you.
Okay. You might know a guy. 1960 Corvette now as we return into the live action here in Glendale, Arizona. $59,000, and somebody just bought themselves a new vet.
All straight, original. I got nothing to tell you. 283 4-speed, Honduras maroon, black interior, black convertible top. Yeah, and I'm on my way to NCRS or Bloomington Gold as soon as I buy that.
Yet another non-color difference in the Cove. We've had a lot of those come across here in Arizona.
Yeah, very interesting point.
And we have a chance. Honduras maroon may not have been an OEM color in 1960.
1960, okay. I'll check that out real quick while we look at a first year, 1964 GTO.
Yep, this is the one that started the whole muscle car craze, and people, you can argue all day long with other cars that may have been first to do it, but the Pontiac GTO was not only the first muscle car, but it actually started a cultural wave for the Pepsi generation to get into high-performance automobiles. What can you say about this? The matching numbers, tri-power, 389, 348 horse. It's got the wide ratio Muncie 4-speed transmission and 323 safety track.
And a high bid of $45,000.
Just follow up, Honduras maroon was available in 1960.
Yeah, we just saw that, yeah.
So from the 64 GTO, let us now take a look at a 1970 version of the GTO.
Yep, we moved the clock ahead. This one with a 455 in it. This was the year, 1970, when that 400 cubic inch limit was lifted by GM for its downsized cars. This 360 horse 455 with the turbo 400, 3-speed automatic. They put an Edelbrock aluminum intake on there, and the Quadrajet 4-barrel carburetor has the high energy ignition system in there, performance shift kit. So not completely original. Bermuda blue, blue bucket seats, pretty car.
Both of these two GTOs from the Retro Garage collection here in Glendale. This one, 38 grand, and it is in the sold column. On the way to the middle is a 1965 Impala wagon coming up.
Here we go. This is one of my probably top 5 at the show. This car is so incredible, preservation-wise. Billy, you can go through the consignment sheet to give us the particulars, but so heavily documented to the original owner of this car. He practically wrote down what the car went through every single day of his ownership. Amazing.
Yeah, two things stand out about this. First of all, the 409. That's the base 409, the 340 horse 409 in 1965. Of course, that got phased out later on in the year when the 396 came in, and so that gives it some speciality, to be sure. But of course, it's the ownership record. It is the documentation that goes along with this car, and the original condition. You can tell there's been no pretension made to restore this car. You see the distress in the paint, and you see some of the other wear items on the car that have been left alone under the hood specifically.
Yeah, and a particular interesting note, too, on the interior, that's been put back to the original material. In 1982, it was changed to cloth inserts.
Right.
And the reason he knows it's 1982, the guy who did the work wrote his name in Sharpie on the seat frame, and then they were able to source the original material and put it back to original condition.
That is so crazy. A high bid on that car, super rare, only one of 82 in that configuration, but with all the documentation and the originality.
Yeah.
Wow.
And how about those wheel covers, which we would see on SS Chevelles back in the day, winding up on this Impala wagon.
High bid at $42,000. Next on the block, Camaro Z28 from 1970. There you're looking at it.
Matching numbers on that 350, 360 horse V8 engine. Of course, that same engine, the LT1, was in the Corvette in 1970 and rated at 370 horse. And of course, the story goes that Chevrolet did not want its Halo car to have as much horsepower as a Camaro, so they rated this one at 360. And some people say, well, no, the exhaust manifolds were different or whatever, but wink, wink,
Yeah.
4-speed M22 Muncie in here, one of a 1,185 that were produced with that option. It's got all the documentation that we've been talking about here. Let you know that this car has all of the pieces that it was delivered with back in 1970. Even a small portion of the bill sheet was found on the fuel tank, and that's what I mentioned before, Chris, talking about documentation. Some of these GM cars, you got to really sneak around the entire automobile to find all of that paperwork.
It's funny, the unrestored Impala wagon that just went through had 5 build sheets.
5 build sheets.
One of which was tucked into the driver's door jamb, so under the cowl. So you really do have to be a detective.
Yeah, so they built the car, took it all apart, built it again, another build sheet, did that 5 times.
I will say, as you see this Z28 hammer at $75,000, I don't know that I've ever heard of any car, period, brand, make, model, year, whatever. I don't know that I've heard any vehicle that has had 5 build sheets.
That's a lot.
Impressive.
No, that is a lot. Yeah.
All right, we'll move from the Z28 now that's sold to a 1934 Ford Victoria. A little hot rod here.
Yeah, this is a whole different ball game from an original Vicky. This has been gone through. Henry Ford, steel body, good start.
Ooh, yes.
Chevy small block, automatic transmission, pretty much a textbook way to power these little hot rods with a small block and the automatic. Tuxedo black, that's straight out of the General Motors playbook, and a maroon interior. Added vintage AC, and disc brakes up on that straight front axle. Halabrand wheels, the slotted mags, and those are pretty much period correct. We saw those way back when. That's ready for the next rod run.
47 is the bid. And they're going to close it there at $47,000. Rolling up behind it is a 1984 Rolls-Royce Corniche convertible. Lovely color combination.
Yeah, the Rolls-Royce people flipped out when they went to the quad headlights, too. That was another tempest in a teapot back in the day. Royal Blue, hey, that's an appropriate color name. Tan leather interior with a tan top. Bosch fuel injection on the 6.75 liter V8 with an automatic, of course. Comes with the original road tools, tool kit, and the original owner's manual and convertible boot cover. You know, that's funny. Back in the day, you know, going back a little bit, people did not automatically hang on to their owner's manual and their invoices and window stickers and things like that. A lot of them have been lost to the ages. So when we get a car like this, a 1984 car, and they still retain that stuff, just an indication of, you know, just how detail-oriented that original owner may have been. Recent restoration of the interior door caps, too. And that is a skill all unto itself to bring those trim pieces back.
All right, a high bid here of $35,000 for the Rolls-Royce. Neat little motorcycle here, and one very, very popular over the years. It's a 1972 Honda CL350. This one nicknamed the Flying Dragon. Next to last year of this production, they began building these CL350s back in 1968. And I talked about the popularity. Over 600,000 of this model built during its run.
Well, this is what I find fascinating because I have some information from the consignor about this motorcycle.
Okay, lay it on us.
Odometer reads 2,509 miles, and the consignor says the fuel tank has never had gas in it.
Wow. Oh, that's...
So, I guess...
Interesting.
He just kind of... Those miles were pedaling it along with your feet.
That's funny. You saw, well, you can't see it from this side. It's got the high scrambler pipes on this. This is a cool little bike for either on the road or off the road, and you do with it what you want. And $21,000, man, that is pretty good for that little CL350.
A little artsy paintwork on the tank there.
Yep.
Nice.
By the way, we have motorcycles at almost every single one of our events, as I mentioned earlier. So definitely don't overlook the motorcycles when you come to a Mecum auction. There are plenty of them. 1995 Land Rover Defender on the block now, Bill, the Helderberg edition.
Yeah, well, you know what? Every manufacturer, I guess, has special editions at some point, and Land Rover came up with the Helderberg edition of this truck back in 1995 with the inline 4-cylinder turbo diesel with a performance cylinder head and modified injection. Lots of other changes as well, thanks to this Helderberg edition approach. Bahama Pearl. There you go. That's the paint color with a chocolate interior. Mulliner interior package as well. High performance heating and defrost package. Big sound system. Alpine with a 7-inch touchscreen. Wireless Apple CarPlay and Bluetooth hands-free connectivity. 500-watt amp in there too.
Wow, great interior on this truck too. They look like Recaros that have been recovered in that beautiful diamond stitched leather.
Waiting on you. Get
good looking truck.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Alcantara headliner in there with the brown Alcantara sun visors with stitching around them. Yeah, you're right. That's full dress in there.
$87,000 right now, and kind of waiting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, less than 2,000 miles. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I was just going to say perfect balance of form and function. Just seeing it from this angle right here. Ready to go, both for style, comfort, and utilitarianism.
Yeah. Low miles, by the way, less than 2,000 miles.
Has it ever had fuel in the tank?
There's no mention of that, no.
Okay, 87 is the high bid, and 1970 Chevelle Super Sport on the block right now.
Okay, this is a 454, 360 horse. So this takes us down from the LS6, and this was the lower horsepower version of that big block, 4-speed manual, frame off restoration. And you know, for people who aren't familiar with that term, it's very simple. That car was completely disassembled, body off frame, and if there's any rust or anything in there that needs attention, well, that's the time to do it. And you take it even to the rotisserie restoration, and you put the platform of the car on a rotisserie, and you crank it around. You get to every nook and cranny of that platform. 12-bolt rear end, 331 posi, and the cowl induction hood. Another popular option. Fathom Blue, oh boy. That's a fave. Yeah, approaching $90,000 for the 360 horse version of the 454.
Yeah, that's real good money for the LS5. Absolutely.
And with that hammer, we need to hit the pause button up here in the booth. And at State Farm Stadium, more to come. ESPN Plus, our home this week. Thanks for being with us. We will continue this outstanding automotive lineup in a moment.
Welcome back to Mecum Auctions here in Glendale, Arizona. What a beautiful day it is with some unbelievable cars crossing the block. You know, one of the great things about having our friends from Real Garage Life here is it reminds you everybody should have a beautiful lift at home in their garage so you can work on and clean and detail your amazing vehicles. And I think if I had this vehicle right here, this 2017 Ferrari 488 Spider, I would definitely want a lift for this thing. 3.9 liter V8, 661 horsepower. Check out that red interior, this white with the 20-inch wheels, carbon fiber accents all the way around. These cars really do make you feel like a superhero. They are so easy to drive and so fun and so fast. Boy, wish this one was coming home to my garage, guys.
Well, it's coming across the block later in the day today, Rutledge, so there's still hope for you, brother. And that is our Real Garage Life preview, one of our newest sponsors of Mecum Auctions. Coming up to the block right now, everybody, is a 1968 Mustang. I don't think it looked like this when it left the factory, Bill, in 1968. What do you say?
Oh, a lot of work has happened since 1965. You got that right. 1968, rather. By the way, this one has had a custom nut and bolt rotisserie restoration that was completed very recently, back in 2024, by award-winning professional builders, and it shows. Power 427, FE, dual 4-barrels, Tremec, 5-speed manual, underneath 4-link, adjustable coilovers. It's got tubular parts on the suspension as well. Nothing has been Mickey Moused. Total professional build. And now, how many of these first-generation Mustangs have crossed the block here in Glendale and have had the full tilt custom treatment like this one? And this one, again, can pretty much go to the head of the class with what they've done to it. And I haven't even mentioned half of the things. Flowmaster, exhaust. It's got AC, of course, new interior, all restitched, custom door panels, dash pads, seats, wrap steering wheel.
What a look with the black paint, black matte stripes, red pinstripes, red accents in particular places. What a phenomenal build. So good. And the way that they've integrated that back bumper in so flawlessly into the panels, I mean, you can barely see the gaps. Really well done.
That's what I mean when I say it can stand 10 feet away from a car like this, and you can just sense the quality of the build. And 145,000 is not going to be enough, and I'm not surprised.
So with that, we will focus our attention for the moment on the next car on the block, a 1969 Mercedes-Benz. This is a 280 SE convertible.
I'm going to watch the bidding on this. Boy, has this market just been smoking on these big 1960s era 280 SE convertibles. 2.8-liter inline 6, automatic transmission, great color scheme, the beige outside, tan inside. And these cars have never been inexpensive. Even when they were new, this was considered a pretty pricey Benz. But, you know, in recent years, well, let's just watch the bidding. Already it's $75,000, and we're going to have to get into 6 figures, I believe, for this to be sold. Yeah.
This was a one-owner car for more than 50 years.
Yeah, California owned.
Yes, indeed. And today it's going to reach a high bid of $75,000.
We'll see at least 1 or 2 in Monterey. Trust me on that.
1969 Mustang Mach 1 will be up next.
Yeah, this is the 390 V8, which was a pretty good motor in its time. A lot of drag racers used them. This is the S code. This has got 325 horsepower, and of course the 428 Cobra Jet was getting all the acclaim back then. So this was kind of an engine that didn't get all of the love that it might otherwise. One of 3,891 with this engine transmission code per Kevin Marty. 4-speed as well, 325 traction lock rear end, and the candy apple red. Now that was, of course, a favorite color for hot rod builders, but Ford adopted the name of that red and used it for a bunch of years. AM/FM stereo radio, tinted glass, built in Dearborn, the heart and soul of the Blue Oval.
76.
Look at that, huh?
And it hammers right there at $76,000.
Heavy bread for a non-Cobra Jet.
Well, we are just a few seconds past 1 o'clock here in the Northwest Valley, a little bit after 4 o'clock Eastern, a couple of hours in, 4 hours yet to come here today from Mecum Glendale on ESPN+. I'm Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here in our little perch above the red carpet. I think we have the best seat in the house, man.
Yeah, can't argue with that.
Sorry, Chris and Rutledge and Shannon here with us as well, having a blast. Hope you are as well. I'm having a blast just looking in the engine room on this Z28.
Oh, correct. This is an original, correct DZ suffix 302 290 horsepower powered Z28. And if you think the top looks show ready, oh, and you see underneath, huh? Boy, if you see a scratch, a speck of dust, or a smudge of grease, let me know, because I have not seen any of those underneath this car. 6 figures, you better believe it, and we're going to have to go a little higher to start having a serious conversation on selling this car too. Wow, this is one of the most premier Z28s we've seen in Glendale this week.
And what a color combination. We're used to seeing this exterior with a black interior, but it's got that monochrome green interior. Just gorgeous. I mean, I hope that the camera gives the audience at home justice on what a phenomenal interior color that this is.
Oh, the reserve's off. Bill, you were right.
Yeah.
You said $15,000 ago that we'd have to get a little bit more coin in the purse, and you nailed it. $120,000. That is frost green on the outside and medium green inside. Chris, you are right, man. What a great look.
Black rally stripes. It's a vinyl top car, which is the preferred treatment for a lot of people. Wow, that was fun.
Okay, I mentioned at the beginning of the program that this lineup is going to be littered with 6-figure cars, and I was not joking. This next car is a 1970 Chevelle LS6. A little bit different color combination than we are used to seeing on an LS6, Bill.
Yeah, it's going to sell more than the Z28 too, because this is the LS6, the 450 horse 454 with a 4-speed. Gobi beige, yes, Scott. That is a very over-the-top color for these cars with a gold interior. 12-bolt positive traction rear end, tack gauges, cowl induction. Got the original build sheet. And we're going to watch what happens on the bidding here. Boy, a lot of people have been waiting for this car.
I've never seen an LS6 in this color combination.
No?
This is incredible. Grandma's living room material inside. And then that beige top, you'd be so hard-pressed not to press the black top option on this car. Kudos to whoever ordered this car the way it is, because it is stunning and unusual.
Not much time to hold on, unfortunately.
117.5 is bid.
Well,
Zach and Alex there
you want to bid 120.
Commiserating with the bidder on the other end of that phone.
I think the Z28 sold for one.
He's going to close it out.
Yeah, 120.
Yes okay, so we're short of that, but we should at least be there, and I was thinking maybe even more.
I need to know, yes or no.
But you know, in this crazy world of ours, the color may be pulling it down a little bit.
Hang on,
true.
wait.
You'd never pull up to a stoplight next to this car and think that this color combination is sporting a package the way
We are, okay.
When the light turns green, the color's the last thing going to be on your mind.
No, we're good. We're good, Drunk.
I don't think I've seen a color combo like that is so tough in how it works with the whole appearance. That's just not, I think if I knew it had that much muscle, I don't think that's a color that I would be jumping for. But man, it really works.
You know, a car in this color combination, Bill, you would think, oh, that's got a 307 in it, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, right.
$117,500. LS6 4-speed, and it sells. Well, our top seller yesterday on our TV program was that amazing Daytona blue red interior 63 split window coupe. Let's see what we can do with this all white one.
Opening bid $100,000. Where are we going to go from here?
That's a good start.
Okay, that looks like the 340 horse 327 with the cast valve covers and the chrome air cleaner. 4-speed, ermine white, black interior. Power brakes, AM/FM radio, that was an option. All original.
Woo, are the lights treating this car nicely? What a phenomenal paint job.
Yeah.
Man, is that good. So deep.
Yep, that's a respray too. That's a multi-stage polyurethane paint job on that car.
Bill, tell us about the wheel treatment on this car.
Full hubcaps. There were 2 different versions. There were the ones that had the chrome on the center section of those hubcaps, and then you had the ones that had like a frosted finish in the middle, which to collectors aren't really that big a deal in terms of value. And then you had the knockoff wheels, which were over the counter after the car was delivered.
Another great example of a split window coupe selling here at Mecum Glendale for $130,000 on this spectacular Saturday. Well, here is just a quick kind of a time-lapse snapshot of the activity that's going on the auction block here and all the folks that are seated and lined up and watching these cars here at Mecum Glendale. Over 2,000 cars in total through the entire run of the auction. And our focus right now is locked in on this GT500 KR from 2021.
Hey, you looking for a 600 horsepower Mustang? This is not it. This has 900 horsepower. The 5.2 liter Predator, 3.8 liter Whipple supercharger. In fact, there's more displacement in that supercharger than many imported cars. 7-speed dual clutch automatic. Yeah, this was a bear. Look out. Hide the women and children.
All right, that reaches a high bid of $160,000. Here is an RS Z28 from 1969. What a package this is, Bill.
Okay, let's see what happens with this. See, already to $90,000. We sold one for $120, but this one has the Cross Ram 302. Yeah, now that's numbers matching powertrain in this, and it's interesting that when they put those two 4-barrels on there, General Motors still rated those engines at 290 horsepower. If that's not horsepower hocus pocus, I don't know what is. This has got the rosewood steering wheel, the Endura bumper, front and rear spoilers, and of course the correct Hurst round bar shifter. Hugger orange, black interior.
125,000.
$373 Posse out back. Rotisserie restored.
125, 130, 125.
What a run of cars we're in the middle of here. This is awesome.
Yeah. So this one eclipses the earlier Z that sold for 120.
Well, I guess I'm going to close the bid then.
Oh, Jimmy, you did such a nice job there.
They're still working on it.
130 is bid. $135,000.
Okay, then.
Reserve is off.
Yeah.
$135,000. Anybody else? So, $130,000 next Franklin. Here's Matt Mormon.
130 grand.
And you know, guys, a wonder of engineering that they could put those two big 4-barrels on a little 302, dumping all that fuel into that little motor and making it work. Cam, heads, intake, all have to work overtime, and they did it.
And somebody did it here, $130,000. That car's headed away. Here's a cool little Corvette, 1966, with the base 327.
Yeah, we had gone from 250 horsepower to 300 horsepower on that 327. This one a 4-speed car and a triple black Corvette. Got the soft top, the hard top, teak steering wheel. That debuted in 1966. Oh, actually 65. They carried it over to 66. And, you know, by 1967, you know, we no longer get knockoff wheels. We had to get the bolt-on wheels. So, again, the safety lobby getting involved, saying that those wood steering wheels were dangerous. They could splinter in a collision. So, you know, that's the way things were going back in the 60s.
It's pretty cool they've got it rolling across the block with the hard top on there. It just gives you the look of that third option. No top, soft top, or hard top.
Yeah, right, Chris. And, of course, a lot of times we'll see somebody with a rack with a top on wheels kind of following the car across the block. Correct full wheel covers on that car as well.
High bid here of, well, what was it? I was looking right at it. $70,000. And so a 2021 Mercedes-Benz on the block now. S580.
With 6,500 miles on the odometer. Bi-turbo, 4-liter automatic transmission with that 4MATIC all-wheel drive. Great powertrain, great platform. AMG Sport Package. Lots of options, lots of extras, but these cars came with so much standard equipment, it's hard to draw the line between what all of them had and what you had to order separately. lane keep assist.
It's a lot of car for this price right here, man. Somebody's going to get a bargain if the reserve comes off.
Yeah, this is the big boy, the S-Class.
This one comes with the original window sticker, about $116,000 and another $9,000 in options on this car.
Yeah.
And that's just, what, 5 years ago?
Yep.
It's the modern version of you can't build it for this price.
Heated steering wheel, by the way.
Oh, lovely.
Yes.
72,000 a bid. I'm going to 71. I never thought that. I'm going to get out.
What if you just wanted to wear gloves in the
72.
winter, Bill? I mean,
172.
Yeah, I want my heated steering wheel. Don't be a buzzkill.
Caroline, throw your thumb.
There it is, reserve off. Someone's going home with a bargain.
One more time.
Oh, six-figure car when it was new.
All day long.
$71,000 Alex's way. S83.1.
yeah, that's, what is that, 30, 20, 50-ish grand off of what this one sold for in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Another Mach 1. This one from 1970 up on our block here.
Yeah, and we're talking original here. It's got the 351 in it, 4-barrel carburetor, and 4-speed manual. Oh, can't gripe about that. See the open element air cleaner on there, and aftermarket valve covers. Well done. Magnum 500 wheels. Interior's been restored all the way back. Got the factory tack still in there, air conditioning, and even the undercarriage has been refinished. Yeah, I want to say those valve covers, I called them aftermarket. They might be Ford Performance extras, but sheet metal valve covers would have come on that engine.
77 way back, 78. I'll do that now. 80,000. Now 80,000 bid. I'm going to the 80,000 bid. 80 bid. I'm going to bid. One more. I'm going to bid. 79. 80,000 bid. 79. I'm going to pick up the short rows. 80,000. 79.
Yeah, lime gold. That was a popular color on the Mustangs back then. That was actually a color available on Shelby's as well.
80,000 bid. 79. 80,000 bid. In 79 bid. I'm going to bid. 79. 80,000 here. Not half. 80,000. Can you bid there? 80,000 bid. Sold 79. Sold 79.
You got
It's
it.
green.
Congrats.
It's green.
It's green.
But it is lime gold. That does have
Yes,
a certain flair
It
to
has
it.
a little bit more coochie to it.
Yes. $79,000. Hey, that's nothing to sneeze at. Super cool car. Who doesn't love a Mach 1?
Oh, V8 4-speed. Yep.
Who doesn't love an 87 Toyota Supra Turbo? Rutledge Wood might want to be all over this car.
You know I love it. This is a Mark III, guys. It's got the 7M GTE inline 3-liter turbo, 6-cylinder. This one does have the 5-speed manual transmission. This is a Canadian car. I think it's showing a little over 8,400 kilometers, which is roughly 5,200 miles here in the U.S. It's a target top. A really beautiful example of a really well-kept Supra. The question is, are we going to see the values on the Mark III go as high as we did on that beautiful Mark IV that we saw in Kissimmee? This car is not quite as desirable as the Mark IV, which started in 1993, but a gorgeous car, guys.
Yeah, if you can do the conversion from miles to kilometers in your head, it's got 8,461 kilometers on the odometer. So that would be fewer miles because a kilometer is shorter than a mile. So don't ask me to do the conversion. Hey, so Rutledge, were these cars for a while sort of considered just a used Toyota, and they kind of have come back into their own now in more recent years, or have they always been?
The Supra has really always been a flagship vehicle for Toyota, for enthusiasts, for a sports car. And that's a beautiful example, and I see, you know, I think the owner had his heart set on a lot more money. I get it.
Yeah.
All right, the high bid is, what was that, 52,000?
Yes. Be fewer miles and kilometers, yeah.
65, I'm sorry. Yes. All right, Rutledge, while you are with us here, why don't you tell us about another car that's headed to the block, or a truck?
The fun thing about the staging lanes is we've got these massive big screens so we can see everything wherever we are. Take a look at this gorgeous 1972 K5 Blazer. I'm a proud owner of one, and this one is so much nicer than mine. They did such a beautiful job on the restoration with this one here. Still has the 350, right? Still got ice cold AC, but when you take a look inside, you can really see a lot of love was paid to this restoration to make sure everything looked great. Top has been refinished as well, and it's only got 2,350 miles, 2,350 miles on it since that restoration. You got a nice set of BFGs on here. Look like they're about 33s, and it does not appear that it's lifted. And so a lot of times we see these K5s come through. This one to me is one that will probably do the best value-wise because it's not so heavily modified that people are afraid, oh, it's too custom for me. But when you've got this original color paint on here, right, redone obviously with the two-tone, and it's got a bigger set of wheels and tires on there with the rallies on it, but it's not so wild that people can't imagine themselves and their family going out having some fun with it. I love these the most because you can take off the full convertible top, and you guys know when you can bring your whole family with you and everybody's out in the open air, this is one fun ride, guys.
Rutledge, we've talked about it any number of times. I'll tell you, the K5 market now, original or modified trucks, through the roof. And this truck's going to bring some cash.
Cool. And it's almost here. Just a little while yet until we see it on the block. Hey, while we have an opportunity, let us bring you up to date on the upcoming Mecum schedule. In just 3 weeks' time, we'll be in Houston at the NRG Center. Then it's the 39th Dana Mecum Original Spring Classic, Indianapolis. The auction goes to Tulsa in June. No television on that one, but Harrisburg, Monterey, and that big one coming up in September in Nashville. It is going to be a terrific next few months.
Yeah, through the rest of the year, you know, and right now the market is really showing that it loves when Mecum comes to town.
Absolutely right. We'll be in Texas again, in Fort Worth later on in the year, Kansas City, Las Vegas as well. But, man, it's going to be a fantastic summer as we continue with our 19th season of Mecum on television here. And we're thrilled that you're with us today and this year on ESPN+. Let's check out the next car up on the block here, Bill Stevens. C3 Corvette, 1972 convertible.
Yeah, LT1 powertrain, 350, 255 horse. That's what the LT1s were packing in 1972. 4-speed manual transmission with power steering. Targa blue, pretty color. Auto sound, retro sound system in there. And you can see that looks like the OEM radio, and it's called Modern Electronics behind there. And you see the paint finish on there as well. Excellent application. Rally wheels, raised white letter, BF Goodrich TA radials. Very popular choice for people doing these classic Corvettes and vintage muscle cars.
Serial back at a bit of a 40,000 a bid. I'm going to bid of a 47, 48,000 a bid, and 48,000 a bid. I'm going to be car block at a bit of a 70 high. He bid. I'm going to bid of a 7. I'm going to bid. I'm going to be coming. I'm going to Georgia on that 40,000 bid, and 47,000. I'm going to say 48,000.
I think that paint that is called Targa blue. Pretty sure that's a one-year-only paint, although it does resemble the kind of the same blue that might have been called Le Mans blue.
Le Mans blue, yeah.
Very, very similar, but that's Targa blue on this Corvette.
Yeah, you know, throughout Corvette history, there have been one-year-only colors. And
what's that?
This one right here, boy, they could have gone a few more years with this.
Oh, I love it. You're right. Okay, they worked it out. $51,000, however, will not be enough, and that will go to Bid Goes On. We'll head to break. here from Glendale. We are back live in Glendale, Arizona. Just a minute or two ago, a big Corvette crossed the block and left the block, headed to a new garage. Yes, sir. A 2024 Z06 convertible with the Z07 package on top of that. 670 horsepower, but on a 2-year-old car, only 811 miles, and it gabbled for $120,000 here at Mecum Glendale. That's torch red with the natural finish on the interior, the carbon flash and everything. Wow, what a cool car that was. All right, Bill, 1966 Chevelle convertible up next.
Highly detailed frame-off restoration, test miles only, 396 in there, and this is the tweener, 360 horse. You have the 325 and the 378 horse. This is 360 with a factory Muncie 4-speed. Original color. It's been resprayed tropic turquoise, ivory white bucket seat interior. Factory here, factory there, including the tack, the heavy-duty suspension, power top, rally wheels, and a positive traction rear end. And look at the board.
Holy cow.
Well, quality still sells. And I tell people that all the time. They, hey, Bill, you know, what's going to happen when people don't want these muscle cars and yada, yada, yada. Hey, look, if the cars are high quality, there's always going to be people willing to spend money to own them.
Yep, you are correct. I get that same question. You know, where's the market? What's the market doing? Well, depends on where you're looking. If you're looking at the elite of the elite,
yes,
those cars are strong and they will be for forever.
Yeah, it's too bad that the market for Picasso paintings has fallen through the floor, huh?
Close to 180, close to $180,000. We got to start with the 2, Laura.
All right, Matt Morbeck, our auctioneer, says, yeah, we got to be at least another 20 grand on top of this to take it into deal-making the deal-making area. So we'll let that go at 180. By the way, I look over here and I see our top 8 cars and trucks today are Chevys so far.
Oh,
interesting.
Yeah, that's not usual, is it?
Nope. Here's a K5 Blazer. Let's see about that market on these, as you said earlier, Bill.
Yeah. This is the one that Rutledge gave us a little preview of not long ago. Boy, you don't need me to tell you the quality of this restoration. Just look, man. It's got the 350, the automatic, medium green, white. There's that Oreo paint job, Scott. Got the color on the top, and color on the bottom, and white in the middle.
That might be mint Oreo.
That might be the mint Oreo.
Guys, they also did a really nice job restoring the top as well, inside and out, which is a lot harder to do than I think people realize because of that texture that came on there from the factory bill.
Yeah. And you know, as I've mentioned, and I'm sure anybody that's familiar with the K5 market will tell you, the shops that specialize in doing these, as the reserve comes off at $125,000, yeah, the shops that either do the full restorations or the customization, some of them are 3, 4, 5 years out. People just waiting and willing to wait to get their truck done.
And a $125,000 gavel on this K5 Blazer.
Not a surprise.
We are in the middle, actually, of 18 vehicles from the Mecum collection, and they are all superb builds and machines, including this first-year Camaro RS.
Yeah, Scott, you could have a heck of a car show just with their vehicles. Fuel injected, big 496, big block. You see it right there. That's got to be pushing 500 horse. Tremec TKO 5-speed. Power disc brakes from Bear. Custom 18-inch wheels and then Moser 12-bolt 373 posit traction rear end. Hotchkiss Detroit speed components in the suspension. Stainless steel exhaust, 3-inch outlets. Yeah, this would be a car that if it had maybe a little bit more work done to the interior, restitched you know, had some of those other creature comforts. This be Pro Touring. It's got the power, it's got the look, it's got the high-tech suspension pieces, and everything that you like to see.
It's got the potential.
Yeah, it does. You know, but we just like to see maybe a little bit more customization and, you know, touch screens and all those other cool things on the interior.
$75,000. And the bid goes on, guys. Get to tackle that one next. Continuing with the McCollum collection with a 1972 Viking Blue 442 convertible.
Yeah, the 1970 442, that was the high water mark for the 442 in terms of performance and horsepower with that 370 horse W30. Now by 1972, we're changing the way that we're rating the horsepower. It's net, not gross, and compression ratios are coming down, what have you. So this matching numbers, L75 455 Rocket V8, nowhere near that 370 that we saw a couple of years earlier. This is a rear V-code example, by the way. 323 anti-spin rear differential, another way of saying it's positive traction. Cold air induction hood as well, F41 suspension. So a lot of really great options on this. Got the tick-tock tack. Viking blue with French Lux white vinyl upholstery and black carpeting. What a pretty picture that is. Super stock wheels with the color match spokes. Got the deck spoiler too. Top is up. Yeah, that's a pristine rear window, so the consignor probably does not want to lower the top and put a crease or something in that plastic. Into six figures, buck 10. And got to the 5-yard line on that.
Sure did, trying to break through and knock one of those Chevys out of the top of the list.
Yeah.
But 110 is where we will leave it. Here's another really super cool Bronco, man. 1976.
Oh boy, get out your checkbook, people. Yeah, this is not going to be a low blow bargain Bronco, people. Start with a paint mandarin metallic orange tan interior, but it's got a 351 Windsor that's been fuel injected. The frame off restoration is without issue. Holly Sniper fuel injection, an upgraded C4 automatic. A lot of custom touches. Dana 20 transfer case, Dana 44 front diff. And we're just slowly sliding up the six-figure territory where it belongs. 23-gallon fuel tank. Custom everything inside, man. Slotted wheels.
It's interesting. We've seen a bunch of Broncos come through this weekend at various prices, various kind of build levels. You could have grabbed a couple of them, spent a little money on a restoration like this, custom cage, and then look at the money it's bringing.
They are investment grade. You have to believe that what you buy today is not going to depreciate anytime soon with the demand in the marketplace for these Broncos.
And it does look like they built this one to actually use that swing-away rear tire carrier, the two bumpers, the winch, everything else like that. This thing's built to run.
Yeah, it's got that serious crash bar in the front, too.
Yep. It does have a soft top, so you could take it out and be okay with being out in the sun for a little bit.
It's all weather.
Very cool.
Yep.
Well, the high bid, $110,000, will not be enough. A Dodge Challenger TA up next. This from 1970.
Yeah, from the factory, they all had that six-pack engine, a 340 cube, 290 horse setup with a 4-speed manual. You get an automatic as well if you wanted. Yeah, this is the car that helped to popularize that whole Trans Am series back in the early 1970s when every major manufacturer had a car in that series. It was important to them. This is the B5 Blue. We all recognize that. Black interior. They got the staggered wheels, smaller wheels up front, bigger wheels in the back. And And that added to the appearance and also gave a little bit more ground clearance for those side exhausts.
I've told you before about that documentary that's on YouTube, I think, about that Trans Am series.
Yeah.
And it has so much vintage footage of these cars and interviews with guys like Mark Donahue and Roger Penske and on and on.
Parnelli was in that
Parnelli.
series. George Fulmer. In fact,
Yes.
they won the championship this year in 1970.
Such a good history lesson if you want to go back and look at that
Oh,
stuff.
geez. Sweet Savage and Sam Posey. Some of the all-time greats just made that series so much fun to watch.
Wow. Even today, man.
Yeah.
High bid on this Challenger TA, $80,000. One of our faves up next, 1957 Bel Air convertible. This also from the McCollman collection.
No expense spared on the frame-off restoration, which means a lot of money went into what you're looking at right now. It's got the 283 with the 4-barrel, and this one right back to factory spec. See the inside. Yep. Ever familiar interior there. Column shifted power glide. Power top. They've refinished the gauge cluster in this as well, bringing that all back. Don't know if you noticed there, the column mounted tachometer as well. Bel Air, that was the top trim level in 1957. In fact, for several years during that time period. Of course, in 1958, we saw the Impala come in.
1025. We'll see what happens here.
Over 100,000, and we're still bidding. And there we go. So on reserve.
105,000 on a bid. Alex, what's he say? 105,000 a bid. 105, 105,000 a bid. I'm going to bid of a 25 and a 5 and 105.
Continental tire carrier in the back. Chrome trim, all refinished, stainless.
Raskin 105. The cars for sale. 105,000 on a bid.
Anything that needed it, it got done.
You know, you've mentioned already about the 57 Bel Air in that category. They're all different. Well, this is unusual because of the fact that it's kind of back to the way it looked like. And I realize it's a total restoration, but it's kind of the back to stock.
Yeah, all the way.
You know, very cool.
Right.
Love it. 1025. Let's check in now in the 303 staging lane. Shannon Spake hanging out over there.
Hey there. All right, guys, we hear that saying all the time, man, you look good for your age. Well, I'm talking about a car right now. This is a 1923 Ford C-Cab, but do not let the fact that it's over 100 years old fool you, because this thing is custom from front to back, top to bottom. Take a look at this. Hand-formed aluminum. I'm going to go ahead and open this door right here. Hand-formed aluminum body, bomber seats. Take a look at the double-stitched vinyl, tweed and leather accents inside there. And if you move around to the back, let's go around to the back, Jay. Show them what we got. Look at these big tires right here. I love the way that this back opens. The way that we're going to start this up in a second. Here you go. Let's have Dale jump in here because we got to hear how loud this bad boy is. We're doing it for Dale right now. Let's see. He's going to jump in. We're going to see how loud this car is. See how much muscle. Woo! Listen to her go. This thing is going to come across the block later today, so make sure you do not miss it. She is a beaut. We'll be right back here at Mecum Glendale.
Welcome back. Good little bird's eye view there of the area where the cars enter the auction block area. That's kind of the on-deck circle, if you will. Terrific crowd here this Saturday afternoon in the Valley. 1989 C10 is what we're working on currently. And at the moment, 36,000. Another car from this McCollman collection, another truck, I should say.
You want to hear something wacky?
Tell me.
I would almost categorize this as a pro touring pickup truck.
Oh, okay.
Got big power, performance built, 6-liter. Got the Texas Speed cam package in there. We're talking maybe between 450 and 500 horse. Holley front drive fuel injection, Terminator X computer. It's got high-tech pieces underneath for the suspension. Inside, you got a restitched interior, vintage air, digital gauges. I don't know. I can't think of anything it needs, at least to get into the junior pro touring category.
Pro Touring light, maybe, but yeah, you're right. It's got the right stuff.
Yep.
On the block right now at Mecum Glendale. This 1968 Mustang Fastback. Yes, indeed. This is a licensed Eleanor Tribute replica. Wowzers.
Yeah, that is Pro Touring. No question here. 750 horsepower, 5-liter. That's Roush supercharged and intercooled. A Gen 3 Coyote aluminum block. Yow, 6-speed manual. This thing is riding on all high-tech pieces underneath. And, of course, it's got that aftermarket AC in it. It's been, look at that interior with the bucket seats that are all beautifully hand-stitched in leather finish, custom roll bar, factory-style dash cluster with retro-styled velocity gauges. The list is endless. The Go Baby Go NOS arm dash switch for the nitrous and the shifter knob that goes along with it.
350's the bid, just in case you haven't seen that yet, Rutledge.
I think that's got to be because it is a certified, or it's a part of the franchise, right? Like there was a licensing deal.
Licensed,
You guys remember after the movie came out, there was one group that was doing it, and then there were a couple others who were politely asked to stop doing that.
Oh yeah.
And I think you can really see the ones that are official and the value that goes with them is phenomenal.
Yeah. It became a cottage industry for some builders. You could go to any number of people and have an Eleanor replica built for you the way you wanted it.
Well, at $370,000, that seems pretty strong, but it's not going to be enough here, everyone.
No.
So we'll let the bid goes on, guys. Haggle it out.
Yeah, the feature I liked about those original Gone in 60-second Eleanor cars was the airbag would deploy in the shape of Angelina Jolie's lips.
I didn't know that.
Well, it's a little-known fact.
Rutledge is looking to the ceiling like, what do we do?
Where did that come from?
Yeah, look at that ceiling. It's amazing. I heard it opens. Pretty cool.
I heard it opens. 1957 Corvette up on the block here that has been a lot of attention paid to customizing this dude.
Oh, full Monty custom. And look at the front clip on this. It's a cross between a 57 Corvette and a Camaro. You know, you can kind of see the cross-pollinization there, but that is only the beginning. Custom build known as Midnight Blue. Pinky's Rod Shop responsible for it. Ramjet fuel injected 5.7. And the fuel injection unit, if you got to look at it, made to look like that original Rochester unit that debuted in 1957. 4L80E automatic. Exhaust system all reworked. That's riding on an Art Morrison chassis. And a lot of builders are going to that now. They kind of get rid of that original platform and go with that aftermarket unit. Of course, Race Shop and Roadster Shop, and companies like that, also providing chassis for builders. 4-link, 9-inch rear end, independent front suspension. A lot of work under there. Power rack and steering, Willwood disc brakes.
I really see what you mean about the Camaro-inspired split bumpers on their front and rear. It's a cool look on there.
Yeah, it really is. It's unique.
Come on, no
Not
one else
seen
jump
very
in,
often.
It's yours. Good-looking car.
85,000 is the bid, and the reserve is off.
You're holding.
That's a lot of car for the money. You can look at
You got it,
that
sir.
was a no expenses spared build right there.
Yeah, and if you want to replicate that car from scratch, you're going to spend more than what it just hammered for, that's for sure.
That blue on that 57 Corvette is spectacular. We may never see another blue like that for a long... Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. The next... I'm kidding. The next vehicle is a 2021 Bronco Badlands Custom. Almost looks like they took the paint out of the same bucket for this Bronco. And it's got a trailer, too.
Oh, what a job of customization. It's got the 2.3-liter, 300-horse inline 4. But again, another one of those vehicles where your attention doesn't really go to that turbo motor. It goes to everything else, like the interior and the body work. Cognac tan leather, that's what you're looking at there. Aftermarket 17-inch raceline wheels. Look fantastic. Those big 35-inch Toyo Open Country RT tires.
You know, I'm just going to go out on a limb here with this Badlands Edition 2021 Bronco and all the modifications. You see the winch up front, the LED light bars, the big wheels, tires, suspension, side steps. The doors have been replaced with the, you know, the cage doors.
Yeah.
This may be one of those guys who used to be a Jeepy, loved the Wranglers, but came over to the quote-unquote, came over to the dark side and did some mods on this.
Yeah, they kind of reflect what you might have seen in a Jeep, a Wrangler, a Rubicon, or whatever. Yeah,
Right.
you're right.
Could
Guys,
be, don't know that.
The trailer, I mean, the trailer alone would be super cool.
Yeah.
I got to climb in there. You can see it's got the rails on top. You can get, it looks like solar panels up there.
Look at the back.
Kitchen in the back.
Yeah.
That's
Oh my
amazing.
gosh.
Get all the utensils in the back there. Man.
You could whip us up some grub here with that deal.
I had a Monaco Dynasty motor coach, and the inside of that looks nothing like it.
Well, coming in May at Dana Mecum's 39th Original Spring Classic, many of the cars that you see here, 41 cars in a world-class collection. The M Group collection features 9 Ferraris, 6 Porsches, vintage and modern muscle, Bugatti, McLaren. Many of these cars incredibly low mileage. And again, I can't tell you that enough that it is a world-class group of cars like we have not seen in quite some time, guys.
Ooh, and did I spy an MC12 in there also? Good
Yes,
Lord, what a
indeed.
collection.
I saw a Bugatti EB110, which goes back to the 1990s and really was a landmark supercar back then. Oh boy, and you know, we're gonna go out there, we're gonna shoot a preview, Chris, you, me, and Rutledge, and we're all girding our loins to get out there and see these cars in person.
I got dibs on the 959, thank you.
Yeah, saw one of those.
There's also a LaFerrari prototype in this group, and it's all coming to Indianapolis in just a couple of months.
Oh, it's crazy.
Oh, here's a 1969 Camaro Super Sport, $85,000 current bid on this rally green Camaro.
Oh, another Super Camaro here. It's got that 375 horse, L78, 396. And that's the original drivetrain, correct intake, that winter's intake, with a Holley 4-barrel Muncie M21 close ratio 4-speed. The bid goes on, and I think we're going to get an update in a little while that somebody's going to pony up to buy that Camaro. They do not come across this often with that original drivetrain in it, so let's keep an eye on it.
Okay. In the meantime, we'll look at a 1962 Corvette selling at no reserve.
327. Yep, 1962. That was the debut year for that small block with a 4-speed in Roman red and a red vinyl interior. No reserve, and this is not going to be an outrageously expensive car. That looks like the next step up from the base 327 there with the cast aluminum fin valve covers.
Yeah, we've seen a bunch of cars with the coves painted the same color. The reason this one is, well, they eliminated that molding around the cove in 1962. So there was no two-tone cove versus body color. They were all the same in 1962.
Correct.
Those 18 fins, very distinctive in the front section of the cove. It's how you immediately know from the side view that this is a 62.
Yeah, I think we're getting close to all the money on this. And how about that? If you could buy this 327 Corvette in Roman red for under $50,000, I think you'd be proud of yourself.
Somebody just did it.
Good for them.
That gentleman right there. Very nice. $46,000. Oh. Oh, Bill. Don't look down, brother. We have a 65 GT350 on the auction block. It is not a replica. It is the real thing, brother.
Relatively early car. SFM 5S192 is the VIN. Shelby Ford Mustang 5 for 1965. S for street. 192, the production sequence, one of 521 street GT350s produced that year, the debut year. Originally shipped to Milo Brook, a dealership in Chicago, Illinois, back in the day, professionally restored, 306 horsepower, 289, like they all had from Shelby, and that Holly 715 CFM 4-barrel. Tri-Y headers as they were delivered. Borg Warner 4-speed, yep, that too. The 9-inch rear end, a Detroit locker with 389 gears, the Coney shocks. Wimbledon white, blue striping. Oh, how we've become familiar with that color scheme.
And we've become very familiar with the bidding necessary to buy these. And even at 360, it's going to need to bring some more.
Yeah, we got to keep working on this. We are in the territory where our models, those extremely rare racing models, were bidding not that long ago. And now the street cars in this condition are pulling pretty much the same kind of money. And of course, the R models are up around $1 million if they're all original. Right.
I got 360 ahead of you. $370,000 on it.
What a car. Boy, when these cars debuted, I remember it well. I was a little Shelby freak. I was a teenager. I bought the keychains, the T-shirts, the posters.
Everything except the cars.
Slot cars, yeah. You know what? They were about $5,000 in 1965.
Yeah.
And you couldn't get a Galaxy puffed out to $5,000. These were expensive cars in 65. The race models won the SCCAB Production Championship. 65, 66, 67.
Reserves off.
Oh, someone just stole a Shelby.
Wow.
And there may still be more bidding on it.
370 pounds on a bed.
Got the 5-spoke Shelby wheels.
360, 370 pounds on a bed.
Those are manufactured by Krager.
360 370 pounds on a bed.
Give us the Cliff Notes quick version of how these came into existence, starting as Mustangs and then being taken apart and put back together.
Yeah, well, you know, Lee Iacocca called Carroll Shelby and said, you know, my Mustang is a secretary's car. It needs a little bit more image. Carroll Shelby said, send them my way. And, yeah, they took a 271 horse, 289. They beefed it up to 306. They put better brakes, suspension. They put that Borg Warner 4-speed in there. Pete Brock came up with that paint scheme, and the next thing you know, this is a car that just set the sports car world on its ear.
And 360 today, well under what we would expect on a car of this ilk in this condition. My goodness. And suffice to say that it's our #1 car of the day to this point. Here's a 2016 Corvette. It's a Z06. Yes, sir.
Oh, the legendary Z06, born in 1963. There was no 3rd generation Z06. There was no 4th generation Z06. But then the 5th, the 6th, 7th, and now the 8th generation of the Corvette is sporting that legendary Z06 nomenclature. This with the 650 horsepower, 6.2 supercharged V8. This has the Z07 package as well that ups the ante a little bit. A lot of carbon flash and carbon fiber around this car. And it's worth some serious money, only 726 miles on the odometer.
75,000 will be the high bid for the Corvette. That Corvette.
That Corvette.
Yep. Here's a 2025 Z06 right behind it.
Yeah, and we upped the horsepower a little bit in 2025. Now we're up to 670 out of 5.5 liters. And an 8-speed dual clutch transmission. Yeah, there will be no manual transmissions in this generation of the Corvette. Chevrolet, the guys there have already said No manual, no 3 pedals, but you know what? The 8-speed dual clutch can rattle off some lightning fast shifts, and even on the racetrack, boy, they do perform. Competition yellow over jet black on the inside. Again, carbon fiber, including the brakes, the carbon ceramic brake package. Carbon fiber sill plates and door intake trim. An expensive car, 2025, and that's reflected on this one with 712 miles on the Odo.
Close bid, 120 pounds, and the bid goes on.
And the bid goes on at that number, $120,000. All right, let's take a timeout from the block real quickly. Send it over to Chris Jacobs and remind you that Dodge is the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auctions. Chris?
Oh, yeah, it's a great partnership. And also with Radford Racing School, which is the official high-performance driving school of Dodge SRT, located right here in Arizona, out in Chandler. If you have not been there before, check it out. Radford Racing School is your one-stop shop for all things driving and performance. Been there many times, plan on being there many times in the future. And you know what? I'd love to have this car out there with me. This, of course, is the instant classic, the D170, the last of the last calls, celebrating what was the end of the Dodge SRT program. I think there's a little bit of a future for the Dodge SRT program, too. We're all waiting to see exactly what this is. This one done beautifully in Sublime. This is number 1777 of the 3,000 Demon 170s that were produced in 2023. This one has only got 30 miles on the clock. It does have the passenger seat. It does have the rear seat. It does have the sunroof, but it does not have the carbon fiber wheels. However, it's still mean and lean and green and ready to go. It's going to be going across the block in just a little bit. You'll see what it goes for because it is going to wind up with a new buyer because it's going at no reserve. Back with more from Arizona after this.
We are back live at State Farm Stadium, Glendale, Arizona, and just a couple seconds ago, literally, a 2022 Heritage Edition Shelby GT500 came onto the block and sold for $140 grand, Brother Bill.
Yeah, these cars had 760 horsepower, and no 3-speed manual either. They all came through with a paddle shifted automatic transmission, but easily they were 11-second cars in the quarter mile. What a ride.
That's in our top 5. Breaking the ice. Actually, that GT350 in the previous segment, number 1. This is part of that group now, near the top, knocking a couple of Chevy products out. And we come back to the block with a 57 Buick Special.
Pretty car, yes it is. Got the 364 cube nailhead V8. Carter AFB 4-barrel carburetor. There you see the immaculate engine compartment. It's got the Dynaflow 2-speed automatic. It's got that torque tube rear end. Boy, that is going back a ways. The old torque tube setup there, 307 gears in the rear end. And that Buick independent front suspension and coil spring rear suspension. That was a GM staple back in the day. That upper lower A-arm front suspension ran across the entire GM lineup. Split bench seat inside with vinyl and cloth upholstery. Love those chrome wire wheels. Tidy whitey white walls. That mint green color.
40, 42, 42, 60, 42, 45. Got 42 in the front, 45 pounds and on the bed. 42 pound, 45 pound.
1957, the Buick and the Oldsmobile, kind of similar in their styling, especially what I call that split window, rear window treatment. See the 3 glass sections there.
43.
Again, you know, you can't mention it enough. Harley Earl, General Motors, Art and Color Studio. He had a team of stylists that were, oh man, they were playing chess while everybody else was playing checkers.
45, 47 pounds, 45 pounds, 47 pounds, another time, 46,
46.
46, 48,
Sell it.
48 pounds, another bit, 46 pounds, 48, reserve is off, 46 pounds.
All right, we love to hear that, especially on a super cool automobile like this. Reserves off $46,000.
Yeah, and it avoided the customizer, too. This is an original 57 special.
And mark it up right there at 46. I think, Bill, this is the car that you had for us at the very beginning of the program. Yes?
Yes, and you know what? It's even more scary now than it was then. Underneath the lights here. Wow, what a machine. This is a 2023 Camaro ZL1. You all know what ZL1 is all about when it comes to Camaros, and this is the 1LE. This is the Super Extreme Track Performance Package option car worth $7,500. Of course, the original ZL1, there were 69 of those in 1969, and this one right here, it is a worthy descendant of that original ZL1. 650 horse, 650 pound-feet of torque, 10-speed automatic, and only 2,200 plus miles on the odometer. Big Brembo disc brakes, which you'll need every ounce of those if you open this sucker up. Performance suspension, DSSV shocks. You see the satin black hood wrap that complements that black paint, 75. It's short, but you know what? It's within field goal distance for the bid goes on, guys.
Well, we'll call a timeout on that car. Not to ice it, but hopefully Kevin kick that field goal and somebody will walk out of here with that Camaro.
Oh, I hope they do.
In the meantime, a 1956 Corvette convertible. Well, they're all convertibles in the C1 generation.
Yes, sir. Well, there are certain levels of certification from the NCRS, and the top one that everybody lusts for their Corvette is the Duntov Mark of Excellence. This one has been given. Plus, NCRS Top Flight, NCRS Performance Verification Award. It's a matching numbers, 265 with 2 4-barrels, 225 horse. The standard 3-speed manual transmission, and to complete the drivetrain, 327 gears in the rear end. This is 1 year before positive traction became available. Radio delete, kind of a misnomer. Radios were not standard, so you could say that it is radio unequipped. Heater delete, power operated convertible top. That's worth some money. How about $125,000?
Exactly. Yes, that is an important Corvette right there. If nothing else for that Duntov Award, but everything else is just icing on the cake.
Hey, let me quickly say it's got a power top, power windows. How about that? That's a unicorn.
Really?
Yes.
Holy smokes. Well, 1979 Trans Am, that's what we're looking at here, everyone.
Well, I think that Shannon, her nickname, by the way, is Super Sport. Get it? SS?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, guys, remember I told you I had a 1986 Firebird when I was in high school, but we didn't. Did you say there's power windows on that baby, huh?
Oh, no, on the Corvette that we just saw.
I was going to say, I certainly didn't have power windows on the 86, but that is a beautiful car. Just came across where I'm standing, and it is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, it really is, especially in that color. Yeah, and the world changed for the Trans Am. Following 1979, this was the highest selling Trans Am in history. And then that 6.6 liter V8 was gonzo. And then they went into that smaller turbo setup. So these have been increasing on the collector scale as time goes on. People are getting more and more attached to owning one of these. This has the automatic transmission. And what happened? Didn't sell it, I guess, huh?
I don't, well, let me look and double check. I'm not sure if they moved on. Okay, $35,000 was the high bid on the Trans Am, and now we're on this 61 Galaxy Starliner.
Cult car right here, the Starliner in 61. You see that narrow C-pillar. That was one of the features of this car that, oh boy, it made it so popular with folks. And of course, we see these cars with engine swaps. One seems the more outrageous than the other. This with a supercharged 5.4, 32 valve, double overhead cam, V8 engine with a Whipple supercharger. Now, if that engine sounds familiar, look at the 2005 and 2006 Ford GT with a 5.4 liter supercharged double overhead cam, 32 valve V8. This has got the special cams and pistons that go along with the Whipple, 4R70 automatic transmission, and oh no, 85. I don't even think, unless we get into the low six-figure category, we're going to have much to talk about. What a build.
Have we ever seen a 61 Starliner in grabber blue like this?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Not with that powertrain either.
Man, what a car that is.
It is.
Well, here is another Z06 Corvette for us, Bill. This one from 2019, rather.
Final year of the C7 Corvette, and the last year that you could get a traditional manual, which this one has. Interested to see how high the bidding goes. The supercharged LT4, 650 horse, 7-speed manual, fewer than 3,200 miles on the odometer, and of course Z06 rather. That tells you a lot about the performance heritage of any Corvette. It's got the 2LZ preferred equipment group, the aluminum wheels, performance intake, painted brake calipers, and in the just sensational black finish with a Kalahari interior.
I remember a number of years ago we did an event in Louisville, and I was leaving the day after the event and happened to pull out of the parking lot and came to a stoplight, and there was a kid in a Z06 by himself, looked like he was about 18. And I thought, son, you have no idea. That's a dangerous car right there.
You be careful, buddy boy.
Hope it was the valet key.
Oh, dear.
Right. The gigantic State Farm Stadium, our home all weekend long here in Glendale, Arizona. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood, and Super Sport. Shannon Spake with you today on ESPN Plus, and a big dollar Corvette has arrived for us, Bill.
Oh, boy. Yeah, this is the Sunfire Yellow. My 66 427 Corvette was Sunfire Yellow, so I can really appreciate the look of this car. Redline tires with a side exhaust, the rally wheels, but the big headline, 427 435 horse L71 with the aluminum heads, making that the L89. M21 4-speed, 370 positive traction rear end. Got the AM/FM radio, that was an option. Wood grain steering wheel, not wooden steering wheel.
So you get wood. So you get wood grain splinters if you're in a.
Oh boy! Kidding. Would you just sit there for a minute? Oh boy, yeah. This you nailed it, Scott. This is a $100,000 plus Corvette.
What a beauty!
It is.
That Stinger hood is so identifiable. And how many people do we see take a Stinger hood off and put it on something different?
Another mid-year, of course,
right.
And not a functional hood scoop. And I wish that Chevy had gone the extra mile to make that functional, but they didn't. Of course, it's easy to make it that way, but why do you want to chop up a Stinger hood?
Right. 120,000. The reserve is off.
Yep.
That Stinger hood, very popular in Corvette mid-year customizations, regardless of the year.
Yep. What engine did your 66 have in it? Your Sunfire Yellow 66?
L72.
Oh, really?
425 horse, 427.
Okay.
I had 3 66s, all big blocks. 2 L72s, 1 L36, the 390 horse.
Right. Okay. 125. That's where we're up to now. Side exhaust looks so good on these cars.
They certainly did. They debuted in '65, and I can't imagine anybody with a Corvette from that generation that wouldn't want those pipes on their car,
right.
Even if you had to retrofit them.
Okay, $125,000. Well, That's a big boy in the Corvette world. Here's a high boy in the Ford world, 1932 legendary Ford Roadster.
Hey guys, could we just bow here and just give a little respect to the gentleman whose shop built this car? Thank you. It's a Roy Brizio build. And I'll tell you one thing, you mention his name to anybody that's even slightly familiar with the whole street rod, hot rod culture, and that name means something. In fact, he built this for Vic Edelbrock Jr. in 1988. You want big names?
Bingo.
You got them. This was owned by Vic and his estate until just last year. Supercharged 350. Aluminum cylinder heads and an Edelbrock supercharger and carburetor. Went with the 4L60E 4-speed automatic transmission. That, of course, has electronic overdrive and a Ford 9-inch rear end with Pause traction. The Edelbrock name needs no introduction. Edelbrock Sr., one of the pioneers of hot rodding and the aftermarket parts industry. And unfortunately, this one won't sell, and I would love to see somebody buy that. Love it.
Classic example there, visually on the exterior, less is more.
Real quick, you know what Vic Edelbrock Jr.'s daughter's name is?
No.
Cam.
Cammy.
Perfect.
That is good.
Yep.
Here's a 66 Chevelle Super Sport now.
Wow. Clean, detailed, well presented. That's the 325 horsepower 396. Rotisserie restored, highly optioned. 12-bolt rear end, 331 gears, has an automatic transmission. There you see the interior. All just completely original. That's the way they looked back in '66. Power steering and brakes, power windows, 4-way power seat, and tilt steering column.
Don't often see headrests in a car like
Factory.
this. Yes.
Factory.
Another monochrome color combo that's just looking so good.
And it's got those wheel covers that JK and I used to argue about all the time. I was never a big fan of these.
Yes, you made that clear on many occasions.
Yeah, they're like faux mag wheels, but never fooled me. But how many of these Chevelles are wearing those? And as JK used to say, hey, man, you know what? That's what they had. That's what they look like.
And that car reached the finish line.
Good.
$85,000. A guaranteed big money car is on the block now here at Mecum Glendale. It is none other than a 1969 Mustang Boss 429.
Oh, what a great story behind these cars. We don't have the time to get into it, but a company by the name of CarCraft responsible for getting out the WD-40 and a shoehorn and getting that 429 down into the engine room. Had to do some re-engineering on the front suspension, but they did it. Now this car, CarCraft number 2017, documented, original black jade paint, original black interior, original door plate. That's the plate going along the rocker panel. Those usually get scuffed up and scratched. So those are original, and the original Space Saver spare tire. And of course the 429 rated at 375 horsepower, made more than that. And it was a homologation motor so that Ford could use that 429 when they went racing.
And you can tell that it's that original black jade paint too. You see the patina in there. I'm so happy they left it alone, didn't try to touch it up or repaint it, because it's a phenomenal color. Only 5 colors available in 1969. Black jade by far my favorite. Easy to spot a 69 versus 70. All of the 69s had body color wood scoops. All the 70s. Thank you.
Yeah, there's your new owner. Nice.
Yep.
Yeah, there were 5 colors in 1970, all different from 1969, which I think is kind of kooky.
$270,000. Just bought it, and the guy was very proud to show us his Mustang T-shirt too.
Exactly.
After that gavel drops.
A deserving owner.
All right, let's take a look at the next car. Happens to be a 2001 Ferrari 360 Spider.
Oh, Scott, you ought to buy this. You ought to have a Ferrari.
Oh,
You'll be able to afford this.
I would love one.
You know what? It's got the 3.6 liter V8. comprehensive 30,000-mile service, so that's out of the way.
Wait a minute. Opening bid was $100,000. I can't. It's not affordable anymore. Not for me anyway.
You wouldn't afford that? No? Okay, I'm not sure what your pay grade is, so maybe you can't. Oh, I missed the gated shifters. This has that gated 6-speed manual transmission. 5-spoke alloys, got the Scuderia shields, Challenge grille, Daytona power seats, and the books and the records.
$140 is the bid. Classic Ferrari color.
Yeah, Ferrari getting back into that mid-rear engine game here in 2001. Remember, back through the mid-1990s, they were going with that Maranello with a front engine 12-cylinder configuration. And that was a home run on the first pitch. Now we're back to the 360 Spider, popularizing that mid-engine. And how about that beautiful plexiglass cover over the engine back there?
Well, it's going to take more than 165 for this 2001 Ferrari. Okay, CJ, here comes the first of two of the, not in a row, but this one will go another car and then bring out the second 1955 Porsche 356 Pre-A Continental.
That's where it all began, Scott. The 356, the first mass-produced model for Porsche. You see Continental on that front fender right there. In 1954, a man named Max Hoffman was the only importer of Porsches in the United States. He didn't think that 356 was a jazzy enough model name, so he convinced the factory to give it a name, and he suggested Continental. Well, they produced about 860 coupes and about 69 convertibles before Ford stepped in and suggested strongly that they stop using the Continental name. Well, Porsche said, okay, we will bow down to the behemoth and all of your lawyers. But this left Porsche in a little bit of a pickle. They had pre-punched a lot of fender pairs, and so they didn't know what to do with them. So they came up with the name European, made a new Porsche script emblem, put it in there. Many less Europeans were produced. But yeah, 230 is not even close for a Continental, as rare as it is.
Nope. We'll touch on it more in a little bit. This bid goes on at $225,000. The other one, which is coming up after this pickup truck, is an even more rare sunroof model of that Continental. In the meantime, this 59 Apache is going to be on the block. And look at the visual of this truck. Oh, my goodness.
Well, I don't think any of us are really tired of some of these custom pickup trucks because the build quality just keeps getting higher. This has got that huge 496 cubic inch big block in there, so we're up around 450, 500 horse. It's a short box, deluxe cab model, aluminum heads, by the way, on that 496, and a turbo 400 automatic. 12-volt positive traction. Got 355 gears in the pumpkin, rack and pinion steering, and a 4-link rear suspension as well.
Check out the side exhaust. What a feature on this truck. Wow, does that look sinister under there? And look at the meats in the rear. That is getting some serious grip.
Yeah, you know, when you go with that 4-link rear suspension, that gives you so much flexibility how you want to go in the rear end in terms of wheels and tires. You get the narrowed rear end and enough clearance so that you don't have to butcher the wheel wells. And what a great look.
57.
Short.
Close bid at 58. You get 8. Now 9. 58's bid. Now 9. 58, 59.
Yeah, the consignor would have to be Mother Teresa to let that truck go.
59.
Heard the hammer, but you know what? We have an encore.
Trev Morvac in charge up on the bidders on the auctioneer stand.
Give me 60, please. $60,000. 58. $60,000. 60,000. Internet once twice. Call for $60,000 and a half. Close bid at $59,000.
Well, the high bid at $59,000 for that Apache. Okay, here is the second of these two Porsche 356 Pre-A Continentals, and I mentioned this one has the sunroof, very rare. You were talking about Max Hoffman in basically convincing Ferry Porsche back in the day that Americans would buy a car with a name, not a number. He came up with the idea for the Porsche America back in like '52, and also the Speedster.
Yeah, he was the one who convinced Porsche to cut down that windshield, take the top off, and the Speedster was born. Bill?
I read the life story of Max Hoffman, and I highly recommend it. The man was a genius. Not only was he responsible for what you mentioned, he brought the Volkswagen to America. He brought BMWs, the 503 and the 507 to America, but maybe his crowning glory, the gull-wing Mercedes may never have come to America if it wasn't for Max Hoffman.
Absolutely, 100%.
Way ahead of his time.
Yep, and he and Ferry Porsche were good buddies, and so Porsche trusted him, and he knew what was up.
Well, he was boots on the ground in America. He kind of knew what the market wanted and needed.
Yeah.
And, you know, surprisingly, the sunroof version, which is even more rare, did not even reach what the previous Continental reached.
You know, another interesting little Max Hoffman tidbit, he was a contemporary of Luigi Canetti for the Ferrari.
Of Nart.
Yeah,
both
exactly.
New York-based, yes. So, very good point.
Yep. Okay, so the bid goes on the second of the two Continentals, produced between October of '54 and October of '55, short run. This is really cool, Bill. 66 Bronco Custom. I walked by this yesterday and I thought, wait a minute, look at those tires. This one was built to race on the sand.
Oh dear, another Bronco sand dragster. No, we never see these. This is really rad, baby. Whoa, 170 cubic inch inline six, not a whole ton of power, but when you're racing on the sand, you really want a lot of power. You'll get a lot of wheel spin. Look at the aggressive tread on these tires, too.
Yep.
That is ready to go. This was entered in its first sand meet in 1967. Now, it didn't win, but boy, success would soon follow in subsequent events. So this one is not a reconstituted sand dragster. This goes back to 1966. It's the real one.
And hose out ready. No interior except for metal in there.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Our live coverage continuing here on ESPN Plus. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood, Shannon Spake, and a Corvette ZR1, Bill, from 2019.
Yeah, we've already had one. This, of course, wound down the manual transmission in the Corvettes. The last year you could get that conventional manual. This one has that 7-speed like the one we saw before. And, of course, a 755 horsepower, 6.2-liter supercharged V8. Now, this has the ZTK track package, the 3ZR trim package. And, you know, we're in an era right now which is unlike from when we bought new cars in the past where you could cherry pick certain options to what you wanted. Packages now are replacing that. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One is that the cars come so well equipped standard now, there's really no way that you have to go through all of the options to pick out each one you want. The car already has a lot of them. And of course, with these packages, you have appearance packages, performance packages, so that helps you to tailor the kind of car that you want.
And sometimes the packages don't mix, and there are certain things you can't get. And so there, you might have to go to the aftermarket, and the aftermarket is picking up and able to maybe supply fill in the blank that you can't get with whatever package you've got.
Well, this one is in shadow gray metallic, jet black interior, and we're at $160,000, and I'm telling you right now that if anybody buys this car right here, they are going to have the thrill of a lifetime getting behind the wheel.
Well, They're still.
Yeah, they're, I would say in the neighborhood. Let's put it that way. Oh, boy.
I think they may have. I think they may have had the Mecum rule in effect here at 165.
Okay.
But it's not going to happen, so that one will be a bid goes on car.
Right. And
for now,
people can go over there, make an offer, see if they can get the buyer and the seller to shake hands.
Okay. Next up, I thought they went back to the Corvette there for a second. All right, 1991 BMW M5.
You know, we were talking about Max Hoffman before. Another car that he's responsible for bringing to this country, and I'm sure you're familiar with him, is the BMW 2002.
Oh, yeah.
Which is in the BMW Hall of Fame, and probably the ancestor to the M series of the BMW. This is the M5. A little bit bigger and more powerful than the M3. 3.6-liter inline-six, that infamous engine from BMW that had so many performance applications. 5-speed manual, brilliant red outside, light gray interior, and a car that has so much performance for a big 4-door automobile. And it's going to sell, and it's going to sell for a very affordable price. Yeah, people are passionate about these M5s, and I don't blame them.
M cars in general are very desirable, but these are at a different level this era.
Yes. Yep. The M3s led to the M5s, the M6s, and each one a little faster, more powerful than the one it replaced.
30,000 buys that BMW, and on the block right now, potential massive money on this Copo Camaro from 1969.
Now, normally a Copo Camaro would come with the L72 427 cast iron block engine, 450/425 horsepower, depending on who you talk to. But wait, that is a ZL1 all aluminum 427 right there. Man, is that a great engine swap. Got all the correct casting numbers on that engine. It is factory correct, Muncie 4-speed. So they pulled that L72 and put in a ZL1. Wow, I tell you, I'm very impressed with that decision.
We don't see it very often, maybe not ever.
No, exactly. Well, it's not like the ZL1, you know, the date code correct ZL1 aluminum engines are growing on trees these days either. Got the protective plate, 2 broadcast sheets, so we've got all the documentation we want. And the engine and the entire car, in fact, certified by the Camaro High Performance people.
Yeah, 220 is well short. I mean, you're backed up in your own end zone on that one.
Yeah, good call there. And you're going to have to begin that number with a 3, I think.
Yep, I agree. Okay, so the bid goes on at 220. And now it's time to take a look at this 1 year only legendary 1968 GT500 KR, kind of basically a half year.
Yes.
Not even a full year of production.
You know, Scott, I thought you could afford that Ferrari. You cannot afford this car.
No.
Get that out of the way. All right, one of only 518 convertibles GT500 KRs that were produced. We know the KR, the king of the road. And yes, this was a mid-year addition to the Shelby lineup. Came around in the spring of 1968, and it's got that 428 matching number Cobra Jet engine, rated at a ludicrous 335 horsepower, and we all know better than that. C6 automatic. It's been resprayed in the correct candy apple red exterior, power soft top, black interior. 350 traction lock. That is that limited slip rear end. Guys at Telstar, actually, well-known shop, restored this car and had Carroll Shelby sign the title for each of the cars that they restored.
Nice.
Yeah.
160,000. And we come up a bit short on that GT500 KR. This is one of the cars, perhaps the car, that put Lamborghini on the performance map back in the 60s and into the early 70s. This is a Lamborghini Miura, and by all accounts, this is the first legit, air quotes, supercar.
So close. It's the first transverse mounted engine supercar. So you have to include that to make this the first of the supercar category.
Okay.
Okay. Transverse engine. Got to mention that.
As we've broken $1 million on the bidding, you know, so I think that qualifies as a supercar, Scott. I think you're right. Now, I want to point out one thing that Shannon actually noticed yesterday. The eyelashes on these headlamps is a very easy way to identify what era of Miura it is. From 66 to 71, they were on there on the 400Ps and the S's, and then later on the SV version in 1971 to the end of the run, they were not there. So quick way to identify which generation of Miura you're looking at. I so much prefer the eyelash version.
Yeah, and that color scheme, too, that really leaps out at you. That Verde Miura, the green hue with the blue interior, that's kind of a wild combo. Yeah, and this has got that 3.4-liter, 350 horsepower V12, one of only 6 that were finished in this color, one of only 762 that were produced during that run between 67 and 73. This one was displayed about 15 years ago at the Concours Italiano out in Monterey. 5-speed manual, a 180-mile-an-hour car, believe me.
And shout out to probably the godfather of wedge design, Marcello Gandini, who of course is responsible for this car and many, many other iconic wedge vehicles.
And the Countach.
Including the Countach. Yep.
1.55 million is bid. They're asking 1.6.
Not sure if the camera is showing what a bright blue interior this is. It might look a little darker, but the contrast between that bright blue and the Verde exterior, so cool.
Yeah, it's bright blue, all right.
And folks, the reserve is off.
Yay.
If you want it, 1,550,000, 1,600,000. Final call. Anybody else? 1,550,000, 1,600,000.
Poetry in motion.
Makes some noise. So,
legendary car all day long. $1.55 million, and we've got a terrific Lamborghini Miura that is going to that gentleman right there.
I'm really glad that car sold.
Me too.
Yes.
You love to see a car like that get a new owner, and they'll be drinking champagne tonight.
No doubt. That, by the way, our top seller so far today.
Yeah, right.
No question about it. Here's another split window coupe. This one's selling at no reserve.
Oh, not a coupe.
I'm sorry, split window Corvette.
Yes.
No, it's not. It's a 63.
Attaboy.
Duh.
Yeah,
it's my first day.
Yeah, base engine, 250 horse, 327, and a Power Glide. Hang on, wait a minute. All right, either there's been an upgraded transmission. This is a 3-speed automatic, which would not be a Power Glide. Maybe they put a turbo automatic in this. But it does have power steering, the red vinyl interior.
This car's confounding both of us.
I know. Can we start over? No reserve, 54. Just about market correct.
I would say that price is probably indicating the fact that it is non-numbers matching drivetrain.
You are correct.
As far as the transmission is concerned.
Right, and if that transmission's been swapped out, yeah, that would do it.
Next to in a rower from the Retro Garage Collection,
$57,000. Blake Baugh helping out there, and they are going to enjoy that. How about a 1953 Corvette split window? No, I'm kidding.
First one of these, I think, that we've encountered here in Glendale.
You are right.
Yeah, and I don't think I really need to tell everybody what we're looking at, because these cars have become so familiar to everybody. The 6-cylinder engine, the Power Glide transmission. This is number 103 of the 300 that were built in '53. They all were white with red. This is a top flight car too, and that kind of puts it a cut above a lot of the other ones that that we see come to Mecum.
I wonder how many of the 300 that still are around have that top flight designation. Not many.
No, I would say not many. I mean, we've seen them come across in condition 2 or even condition 1 maybe, but to get to top flight, there's got to be no bones about what the condition and originality
Well,
is.
and look at the bidding here. We're at 330.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that tells you all you need to know.
That's a strong indication. I believe of the 300 original Corvettes, only about 161 are accounted for. Am I accurate on that, Bill?
Yeah, that's a good stat. Yeah. Because remember, for a long time, these cars were unloved. Nobody ever dreamed that they'd be worth any money.
From the start, the way they were tossing these around and changing bodies off of frames, and was it a 53? Was it a 54? I mean, this car in its origins went through a lot of growing pains.
Sat on dealer lots. Nobody wanted them. When the C2 came out, people were trading in their C1s. Hey, I want a Stingray.
Reserve is off on this one.
It made reserve.
Right, thank you.
Man.
Appreciate it.
We're told this was a barn find car that was purchased from an estate sale, and it underwent a 2,000-hour restoration.
Yeah, good point.
Holy cats, look at that. Beautiful. $335,000 hammer for a first-year Corvette.
It's Corvette o'clock.
You are right. That's why you're here with us.
Well, one of the reasons.
Here's a 1959 Vet for us, and we'll open the bidding at $70,000.
Well, Bloomington Gold and NCRS maybe haven't had a chance to look this one over, but at some point, I think they're gonna. 59, matching numbers 283, 270 horse small block. There you go, 4-barrel carburetor, the finned cast valve covers with the Corvette script. 4-speed, see that right there. Inca silver, red interior. It's got the heavy-duty suspension. And they've upgraded the rubber. Those are Coker reproduction white wall tires on all 4 corners. And another honest 6-figure Corvette. We'll see if it gets there.
84. No. You're 84.6.
90 is the bid on the internet, asking 95.
Caroline, throw the thumb.
Is the bid. Reserve is on 95,000.
Good job.
That's Frank Mecum's little girl Caroline there with a thumb in the air and indicating the reserve is off. I talked to Frank's wife Jen a little while ago, and she and the kids came in at midnight last night just in time to join us today on a big Saturday.
Yep, it's a family affair. Yeah, you know, the reserve beat it to 6 figures. 90 sells it.
Moving on, 2024 Shelby Super Snake convertible with no reserve, by the way. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, with only 27 miles on the odometer. One of only 250 Super Snakes that were produced in 2024. And maybe they only built that few because it's got 830 horsepower and nobody wanted to get near it. I don't know. It's got that Whipple supercharger. That 5-liter V8 Shelby Extreme cooling system, and other extras include the Borla exhaust system branded by Shelby, the 6-speed manual, the short throw shifter, Brembo discs, carbon fiber wide body front fenders with fender vents, wide body front fascia, carbon fiber rear wickers, rear lower diffuser, and that's the appearance package. But I think the real story here is what's underneath your right foot when you get out there with that car. No reserve.
Now 20.
Oh, somebody else jumping in right there at the end.
Yeah.
I got 117.5, 120. 117.5, 22.5. 122.5. Paul, you're out. 122.5, 125. 125, 125.
Boy, we lost Carol Shelby in 2012, but I can tell you right now that that name is still magic and will be for a very long time.
127.5.
One more shot.
127.5. Did you get 125? Paul, I got you at 122.5.
Okay.
Someone yelled over here.
I got you at 122.5.
Internet, I've got 122.5. Asking 125. I heard it somewhere, then I didn't know where it came from. Hey, Paul, back to it. Now you're going to be 127.5. I knew I heard it. Did I hear it? I did. It was on the internet.
Yeah, that right there is a classic example of how confusing and how fast sometimes the bids come in and hit the auctioneer. And keeping it all straight, man, that is a tough gig.
Yeah, I wouldn't want it.
And we have some world champion auctioneers up there. This one sells for $125,000. We'll take a break and continue with more big money stuff just ahead. Oh, this is terrific, man. Come back from the break, the camera pushes in, and we look at right away a 2023 Demon 170, Bill, and no reserve, pushing now at $100,000.
Oh, man. What a generation of Mopar high performance we've just lived through. Something that may never be repeated again, let me tell you. All those last call cars and all the, going back to 2007 when SRT started putting Hemis and Jeep Grand Cherokees and everything since then. My, oh my, it's been fun to be around. I think, did Chris give us a preview on this?
I did indeed, yeah.
Yeah, I think you did, yeah. Boy, you've been up close and personal with these cars, Chris.
Yeah, and 125, possibly the lack of carbon fiber wheels held that bidding down a little bit, but that's right in the pocket there for that car.
Yep, $120 at no reserve, going to a new owner. And right behind it, also at no reserve, a 66 Shelby GT350H, not a replica here, real deal.
And you know what? Of the 1,000 that were built, this could be one of the best out there. I am not exaggerating. Listen up to the specs on this car. Original engine, Shelby Ford Mustang 6S 671. That's the 6 for 66, 1966, S for street, and 671 is the production sequence up to 1,000. Now, I've heard that number kind of shift back and forth by a couple of units, but we go with 1,000. Shipped new to Louisville, Kentucky on January 21st, 1966. For delivery to Hertz Rent-A-Car. Known ownership history, you'll find it in the Shelby registry. And of course, the powertrain, very familiar to us all, 289, 306 horsepower. This one with a 5-speed manual, that's an upgrade. You could get 4 speeds or automatics in these. And everything that needs restoration on this, refurbished, rebuilt, replaced, and done. Got the Shelby 9,000 RPM tack in it. And boy, those things got ripped out by a lot of street rats back in the day. If they could get their hands on one of those tachometers, they would. This car has it.
$135,000. Terrific car and a terrific collection that we are just in the early stages of. The Mile High collection, more than 20 cars here at Mecum Glendale. And if you've heard that collection before, yeah, they have brought many cars over the years to Mecum Auctions, and they always have their act together, Bill.
Yeah, and when they're parked over there in the display area, always draw lots of people to take a closer look. This truck has a mere 35 miles on the odometer. Whipple supercharged 5.2. Got the Shelby BDS suspension lift, 18-inch Shelby wheels. Got the big mud terrain tires at 37 inches. The Baja Raptor hood. Got the intake, the extraction vents. Oh dear, that may be too much truck for a lot of people.
I mean, they start with a Raptor R, which is already a beast of a vehicle, and then they turn it up. That's amazing.
Yeah, as that whole Raptor, F-150 Raptor generation continued each year, a little faster, more power, more attitude, and look at what you got here.
135, 132.
Yeah, is this the one that had the flat plane crank set up in it?
Good question. We know that the Coyote motors did. This may not be Coyote-based 5.2, but we're going to get our best people on that.
Like it.
$132,500. Yes, indeed. Continuing with the Mile High collection and 1978 Land Cruiser, an FJ40.
Yeah, and this is where the whole FJ craze began. FJ40 Land Cruiser, 4.2 liter inline six, 5-speed manual. And this market has maintained a pretty good modicum of strength over the years, hasn't it?
55. Nope. 50's on the phone. 55.
No reserve.
55,000. Anybody get 55?
That's a beautiful one. I got to climb all around this one. It was back in the kind of display area. Really well done. Beautiful restoration here.
No, they have 55. We have to be 60.
55, and they're asking 60.
Last chance, 60.
Last call. 60.
Kind of like that mustard color. Mustard with the white top, of course.
Yep.
60,000.
I'm thinking of what the MSRP on this may have been back in 1978, $1978. Could not have been a lot of money.
Right.
Look here, Lions, 141, 1993 Land Rover Defender 130.
Okay, 60,000 will buy it.
Pickup model with a
And it's headed to the phone with Daniel Hatchett, our consignment agent, on the case over there. Well, right behind that FJ is Land Rover Defender 130 from 93.
Hey, Rutledge, have you ever done the Paris to Dakar?
No, but wouldn't this be fun to take it in?
Thinking we've got it.
I can tell you, this is the kind of vehicle that Chris and I have been talking about. We pass each other and say, oh, did you see this? Oh, did you see this? This was one of the ones we talked about. A real stout setup here. This has got the 2.5 turbo diesel, I believe, Bill. But it's a really well done restoration on this truck.
Yeah, inline 4-cylinder engine, 2.5 liter. We're not talking about a major powerhouse, but you know what? When you're going off-road or going across the sand or down the trails, unless you're going to do rock climbing, you know, this has got enough power to go anywhere. 5-speed manual, 4-wheel drive, of course. Custom saddle leather bucket seat interior with a center console. Black 8-spoke wheels. And you see the black accents all around this truck, contrasting with that gray paint.
92, you're going to get 5-7. At 97, you're going to get 70, you're going to get 70, you're going to get 70, you're going to get 97, 100.
Once again, that gray, very popular.
97, 100. I have
97,000, no reserve. These are all no reserve, as I've mentioned.
I have 97 bid, you're going to get 100,000. Once, twice, 100 bid, 102.
You know, as I look at this truck, I think about my good friend Don Snakeford Ohm. 80-year-old man, you know, he's doing the Baja. He goes out and does the Baja. I think he's, I don't know how many times he's done it. I don't know if he's going to do it this year, but he loves going out there in the trails.
That's insane.
It is.
How cool.
Cracked 6 figures here.
107,500. 107,500. 110. 110. 110,000. 110. 110.
Well, there's enough desert around here that you could take it out and be home for dinner.
You know, really, you drive like maybe 5 miles out of Glendale.
120. No,
You know?
115 online. You got to be 120 now.
125. Tell me that. 125. Yeah. Thanks for the chair. 125. 120,000 bid. 125,000. Last call. 125. So 120.
Okay, that gentleman's going to take that one home. $120,000.
Michelle's coming to sign you up.
And we'll move to 1957 Bel Air next.
Oh, let me get my sunglasses. Ooh. Look at the shine on this Bel Air. Built by Hot Rod Dynamics. They went right through this, dropped in a 5.7 LS6, 405 horse. Automatic with overdrive. Original steel body. Fat Man is a great company. They make an awful lot of great parts and pieces for builders. This is the Fat Man Fabrications chassis underneath the body. PPG Absolute Red. March supplied the serpentine belt system. It's got vintage air conditioning and a custom leather interior. And keep going if you want. QA1 adjustable coilovers, 4-link 9-inch pause traction, rear end, 355 gears, and Willwood binders, 13 inches, all 4 corners, Budnick knife wheels.
Glad you pointed out that all steel body, man. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
And it looks terrific.
And you know, I'm willing to bet that's an all steel body with no Bondo in it. It is
Probably
all
right.
Nice. Dakota Digital gauges inside. They put nav in this. In case you get lost going to the cruise night, there you go. You'll be able to find it.
You see the center brake light incorporated into the V in the back?
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
That's pretty.
I mean, we can nickel and
No,
dime this thing
hey,
to death, but it's
don't be that way.
180 is the bid.
Hey, let's give that
I
180.
got 180. Give $185,000.
Let's just have
hey,
a meeting.
Sir, do me a favor. Give 185. I can get
Let's just
maybe
do that.
200 out of here.
That's what I'm thinking.
Give 185.
One more
Usually
time.
when a
Give
consignor will
185.
take a car like this to the block at no reserve, he knows he's got something that people will bid
You want
on.
to go 190 or you just want to give 200 and get it bought? Give me 190. Give it one more try there.
Got to talk him into it like I had to talk. Oh, yeah. Now you want me to go quick.
190?
Yeah, sure.
No?
I know how you guys are. Hey, sir, give me 190. I think I can get 200 out of him. Give 190. Give 190.
That's our man Paul Duck there with the guy who's thinking about 190.
Sometimes they'll go 187.5.
Yes.
You know. No.
Hey.
Buck 90's up there.
195.
He did.
Give 195.
I'm out.
Hey, tell him he needs to give
I'll tell you
195.
what, sir, I'll make you a deal. You give 195, I will not ask you again. If he bids 200, I won't even come back to you.
Hey,
I
no,
won't
here's the
even
deal.
come back to you.
He won't even come back to you if he doesn't bid.
195, if he bids 200, I
He won't
ask
even
you
come back.
again.
Let's give
If he doesn't
195.
bid, you're gonna own it. If
Hey.
not, he's gonna be driving your car.
Hey, give 192.5.
190.
One more time.
195.
I think he means it. 195?
Yeah.
One time?
I agree.
Want it?
There is a thing called peer pressure here for sure.
Yeah. Textbook.
$200,000. Sir, hey, you heard me say I'm not going to ask him again. Give 200 and own it. Give 200. How many people think he should give $200,000? Yeah, we all think it. Give 200. 200.
200, Craig.
Do it, sir.
195 is the bid.
Give $200,000. $200,000. 195, 200.
200.
I'll make you the same deal. You bid 200, I won't ask you again.
You give 200.
Give 200, yes? Anybody else?
What's he gonna do?
Yeah.
What do you think, Craig? One last try?
If you give $200,000, you'll never forget what you paid for it.
There you go.
You'll always remember that you beat this guy. 200.
One last shot, sir.
So, $195,000.
That's pretty cool. The guy who was so certain he was out.
Done.
Will drive that one home.
For a car that maybe has 300 in the build, so he's coming out way ahead.
I think she is.
Oh, boy.
Well, Bill, that is our reaction of the day, no question about it. And I want to go back to something that you said a couple of minutes ago. A guy that brings cars to the auction block at no reserve, and they're of this quality, they know people are going to bid. Case in point on the very next car. This is a 1969 Dodge Daytona, already at $200,000, and we're just getting started, barely.
Yeah, and I think Chris gave us a look at this yesterday, and I'm pretty familiar with the roots of this car. Sold new at Holland Dodge in Greenville, Massachusetts. Original paperwork, including the broadcast sheet. Power, it's got that base 440, 375 horse with the 4-speed manual. Extensive restoration completed 3.5 years ago by Smothers Supercars in Talala, Oklahoma. Period correct powertrain, not numbers matching. Okay, however, period correct, that helps to diminish the depreciation on it. A33 track pack equipped car, power steering, solid state AM radio. And look at where we are. No reserve and almost $300,000.
When you get to see one up close, you really see those lines and the shape, all the aero tricks they were trying to use.
Yep.
So impressive.
Well, you know, the Charger 500 didn't work out very well prior to this car, and then Chrysler brought in all their aerospace engineers from their other division and said, we need to do something with this car to make it competitive on the super speedways, and guys from aerospace came up with that nose cone and that wing and the flush rear glass, and boy, did that change the game.
310.
Yeah, so much success they actually had to ban them several years later.
Yeah, you know what they did, and I know you know this, Chris, rather than ban the cars, they brought a cubic inch displacement limit in that made them uncompetitive.
Okay, another six-figure car here, guys. No reserve, $300,000 on the Dodge Daytona.
Oh, man.
The Mile High collection has not disappointed, and we knew that it wouldn't.
Right.
Right behind the Daytona, the 2019 Corvette ZR1, Bill.
Oh, I'm getting giddy here. This is our third 2019 ZR1 and the third one with that 7-speed manual transmission. And at the sake of being redundant, 6.2 liter supercharged LT5, 755 horsepower. The 3ZR premium equipment package, as we're talking about packages. Got the ZR1 Sebring orange design package. Ceramic brake rotors with orange calipers and the competition sport seats. Carbon fiber throughout the car.
So $135,000 out.
$135 buys that ZR1. That seems like a pretty good deal, actually.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? Let me just check here. That's a car that only has about 4,400 miles on it. You're right.
Would you call that medium miles, or it's not super low mileage? I mean, we've seen under 100 on several occasions.
It's a 2019. It's 7 years old.
Yeah.
So that was not driven every day, I guarantee you.
Yep. Interesting. So 135 again buys that, and a 1970 Bronco is on the block and moving to our left, your right.
Yeah, restored about a year plus at the guys at Unbroken Garage. Oh, they did everything. Everything. I mean, we're talking about the paint, the body work. The powertrain's a 5-liter, 6R80 automatic transmission, Dana 20 transfer case. Got those Wild Horses 4-wheel disc brakes there with the Willwood Hydro Boost. That truck will stop. Pretty wheels on there, the deep dish, polished, slotted mags, raised white letter tires, Wimbledon white. Interior colors called walnut. Tilt steering column. Center console is all custom built. Yep, another 6-figure Bronco. Boy, they just keep getting better and better.
135. Here's another 2025 F-150 Raptor R.
Oh, this is a muscle man here. That's a blown 5.2 liter, 720 horse, 640 pound-feet of torque. The electronic 10-speed automatic. It's got the locking diff with 410 gears inside, plush Orama, Recaro leather and suede seats, twin panel moonroof. Wow. Outside, we'll take another look at the outside of this. The 17-inch forged beadlock capable wheels. Tonneau cover. A gate black with a black interior. You see the graphics. Yeah. Not going to take a lot of guesswork to know what you're looking at. That Raptor R graphic. Side of the bed.
115. You're out. 115.
And where will the bidding end on this?
So $110,000, Paul Gup.
874 miles of use and $110,000 on. Oh, no. That's not what that sold for. Can we go back?
Yeah, the Raptor did sell for 110.
It did, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll move to the 2025 GT350, Shelby GT350 here.
With the 810 horsepower 5-liter, the supercharged V8 with a 6-speed manual. And these cars were born for the racetrack. With the handling and brake package in these cars, the gearing, the 6-speed manual transmission, and everything is race bred. And of course, with the Shelby name, why not? Borla exhaust, special performance tires, flow forged alloy wheels. Oh, they look trick, huh?
Hey, Bill, it's interesting. I think aero was so important on this car. You notice there was no Ford emblem on the front grille. It's all about just getting air through and letting the car use it.
Making it slippery, Rutledge.
Okay, and even 100,000 for that one. We've got to take a break here and one more look at the excitement that you can experience at a Mecum auction. Back in a moment.
Oh, what a day it has been here at Mecum Auctions in Arizona, and much, much more to come. High dollar cars coming at you, including this. Oh man, is this a car? 2025 Mustang Dark Horse Hennessy Super Venom. Man, is there enough description there for you? And rare too. This is one of only 4 Hennessy Super Venom Dark Horses produced, and this is the only one done in this amazing color of Venom Blue. You just got to look at the Hennessy Supercharger there. That's over the Coyote 5.0, making 850 horsepower, 650 foot-pounds of torque. What a car. You buy this and you're buying something very rare and very special, and especially very fast. Scott Hoke, wow.
Well, yes, wow indeed, Chris Jacobs. You mentioned high dollar cars. How about high dollar motorcycles? Just a few minutes ago while we were in break, check this out. A 2025 Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide RR. CVO, Custom Vehicle Operations. These things start in the mid-40s, but this one only 26 miles, one of 131 built, 131 cubic inch V twin, lots of carbon fiber, lots of billet aluminum, 153 horsepower on a motorcycle, and that brought $97,000, Bill.
You know what, Scott? I'm not a motorcycle expert, but I remember when I was a young man, if somebody had a Honda Super Hawk with like 30 horsepower, that was a fast motorcycle.
Right. Oh my goodness, what a bike that was. That was part of the Mile High collection that we continue with here right now on a 2004 XLR from Cadillac that just brought 21 grand.
Yeah, all blacked out, you know, and still a lot of life left in this with only a little over 13,000 miles on the clock.
Here's a 2024 Ranger Raptor from Ford.
Wow, look at that camo job. Man, that's ready for the battlefield.
I'm sorry, I can't see it. What? Oh, I'm kidding.
I wish I had time to tell you the old George Carlin joke about that, but I won't.
Okay.
Okay, that's a wrap, by the way, the camouflage wrap. Less than 5,000 miles on the truck, 3-liter V6 EcoBoost, 10-speed automatic transmission, different drive modes in the truck. Bodyguard front bumper, factor 55 ultra hook winch. Ooh, that'll be great for out in the boonies. Beadlock wheels, custom rear bumper, and I heard a gavel.
You did, and the gavel for $50,000 for that pickup truck.
George Carlin used to talk about people in the Army that are in the city wearing camouflage, you know, with the different colors.
Sure.
And he said they had to be wearing like trash can camo and the grills from cars and everything if they're in the city.
In the city, right. Oh, he was great, wasn't he? Here is a Steve McQueen edition 2020 Mustang.
In Highland Green. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Sure. Has to be.
Gotta be. Oh, but old Steve McQueen didn't have 775 horsepower when he filmed that movie Bullet like this one has. Steeda Performance, responsible for this number 3 of 300 that were built back in 2020. It's the Coyote V8 engine. Now we're talking about the flat plane crankshaft, Whipple supercharger, and McQueen Racing branded cold air intake and performance tuned, 6-speed manual, Magna-Ride suspension, ready to go, born to run.
Nice.
Nice, very nice.
And 65,000 bucks. Okay, everyone, take a deep breath and be prepared to watch the bidding go pretty high on this car. 2018, I think that may be an understatement. 2018 Ford GT.
And you know, Scott, how we always say that a good way to gauge the value of a Ford GT from any of the previous generations from 2005 up, you look at the odometer. This one, 567 miles. Twin turbo, 3.5, EcoBoost V6, of course, with 647 horsepower. That is a marvel of engineering to get that much horsepower out of so small a V6 engine. 7-speed dual clutch. We know about all the success over the years the Ford GT had in endurance racing, specifically Le Mans. Back in the 60s, they were practically, well, they were unbeatable. 1966, 1967. Whoa. And they went back again with the reserve came off at 700K. Wow. But they did go back to Le Mans with the new generation GT, and they won it again.
$700,000 bid. $725,000.
That's a crazy deal on this car for what we see him go for.
Oh, indeed.
It is. That's what shocked me, that it came off that early.
710. Sold. $700,000.
And it hammers right there at $700,000.
Coming down the lane, lot S, 155.1.
Boy, if that's not the centerpiece of someone's collection, I'd like to see what the other cars are.
No kidding. The Mile High collection almost went to the moon. 2.759 plus. What a great group of a little bit more than 20 cars that was. Well, this lets us catch our breath just a little bit. Time for our Stay Built Performance Tip. And for this installment today on this Saturday in Glendale, let's check in with Chris Jacobs.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, wow, so many great things are happening all over State Farm Stadium. And I'm with a really cool car now that might or might not need a little stable fast fix. Well, what does it do? If your engine is running rough, just put a little bit of this in there and it'll help clean out your carbs, your injectors, and get rid of that rough running engine and having your performance at its peak. And talk about peak, the way that this 71 Plymouth Cuda is showing up, it is at its peak. Numbers matching, 383, backed up by a pistol grip, 4-speed manual transmission, beautifully restored in this blue. The engine compartment is perfect as well. Man, is this a good-looking Mopar. And check out the interior, too. Flawless resto inside there. You see that pistol grip shifter I was telling you about. It's got the rally dash. I think the tack has been replaced, but other than that, pretty much in original condition. Billboard side stripes, proudly declaring that 383 displacement under the hood. Getting a view of the rear panel now, dual exhaust underneath. What a car, and it'll be going across the block in just a little bit here in Arizona.
Welcome back to Mecum Glendale. You guys told me there was going to be drama on a Saturday afternoon here in the desert, and there absolutely has been. This baby right here, the Lamborghini Miura, going for just over $1.5 million. I talked about this car yesterday with those eyelash headlights. I love it. Here's another one that I'm really looking forward to crossing the block a little bit later. It's 188, so we'll see it before we go off air here today. It's a 1959 Mercedes-Benz Roadster. This has such a great story. Purchased by J.D. Earl. And in Germany, it was picked up in Germany, and then JD and his son Steve, they drove it across Europe, all through Europe. It is an absolutely stunning car. It is so beautiful with all of this. It's shiny. Inside is perfect. Wondering where this baby is going to drive next. It's been all over Europe, and now it's going to find a new home.
And it could bring big bucks here today. Shannon, thank you very much. At 300 SL Series, the Gull Wings and the Roadsters. We were talking about Max Hoffman bringing them to America. He knew they would be a hit, and they were.
Absolutely, and those convertibles now becoming almost as valuable as the Gull Wing Coupes.
Yep. You are correct. Here, as we bring you back to the auction block live here with just under 90, just under 90 minutes left. That car, a 2008 GT500, reached a high bid of $35,000. Now, to a 1923 Ford C-Cab, and this is the one that Shannon took us through a little bit earlier in the day today. What a crazy build, but super, super cool, Bill.
Yeah. Kind of takes me back to Ed Big Daddy Roth back in the 60s when he'd come out with those wild customs. There was the Mysterian and the Beatnik Bandit, and this kind of reminds me of that. Look at the YN Supercharger, all polished out on top of that big block Chevy, 950 CFM Holly. There's got to be close to a 800 or 900 horsepower in that little hot rod. Turbo 400 automatic transmission with a Jag independent rear end and those inboard disc brakes. Oh my, lots of engineering, and look at the 59 Cadillac bullet taillights in the back. Oh, that is wild, baby, and at no reserve it sells for $20,000.
Man, how about that?
Yeah, and we heard it start up there with Shannon. Those Zoomy style headers, they are not muffled. Those are straight pipes. You can hear those in Tucson.
Full tilt audio, yes.
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay, 2006 Mustang Celine S281 on the block now.
Steve Celine, Jack Roush, Carroll Shelby, they were the masterminds behind so many of these boutique high-performance Ford Mustangs. This one with the 435 horse, 4.6 liter V8 and a 5-speed manual transmission. This one is not going to sell for gold brick numbers either. Someone's going to get a lot of performance for not a lot of money, if I'm not wrong. Tuned exhaust, got those Celine chrome 7-spoke wheels. Silver outside, black inside.
$29,000. Anybody else? 28's the bid. $29,000.
Yeah, let's throw a couple more thousand here. Let's sell this Mustang. Come on, people.
Close bid at 28.
Oh, boy.
Take a look here, lot S160, 1966 Corvette.
All right, the bid goes on despite your
I am so disappointed in you.
persuasive words. $28,000. You're disappointed in me.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I shouldn't have looked at you when I said that.
All right, 1966 Corvette convertible. Big car here, Bill.
Oh, boy. Now you're in my wheelhouse, people. Tuxedo black, good start. Black interior. Bloomington Gold benchmark, 2016. That means this car can be used to evaluate other 66 Corvettes with the same equipment. Bloomington Gold Special Collection. It's a Survivor at Bloomington Gold. NCRS 4-star bow tie award. Okay, that's enough. There's more, but you get the idea. 427 L72. 425 horse V8 with a 4-speed manual. 370 positive traction rear end. We have some options. Tinted glass, AM/FM radio, off-road exhaust, gold line tires, has the original spare tire, set of NOS original wheels and black wall tires go along with the car, original owner's manual, the original title. It's been beautifully restored and maintained. Not restored, original car, it's benchmark, but what I want to say is all of the maintenance items been taken care of, like the brakes, fuel system, things like that. The only 66 Tuxedo black car to achieve a Bloomington Gold benchmark and NCRS bow tie award. Can you understand why I'm so excited, why I'm yelling at you?
There's not enough room on the paper on your list for everything. Wowzers.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
That is incredible, and it brought $160,000. There are Shelby Cobras in the house here in Glendale, and this is one of the premier Shelby Cobra Roadsters, 1966 427.
Back in 1966, the 427 in the Cobra was 2 years old. They began with 427s, like that one, the side oiler. Then they switched to 428s before they went back to 427s. So this car right here was on the back end of that because of the chassis number. The 3355 tells you that they were kind of getting close to the end of the road. This is a wide-hipped street car. Now you see the big wide fenders in the back. Those were really designed for racing. And what the previous owner or the current consignor did was put racing-sized wheels and tires in the back to fill out the wheel wells. I love that, because with the Sunburst Street version wheels, there's just too much space in the rear wheel wells, and this corrects it. Of course, it's a 4-speed manual like they all had, the top loader from Ford, the knockoff wheels. Those are the pin drive wheels, which would have been an upgrade on the street cars back then. As I mentioned, the Sunburst wheels were the ones that most street cars came with. So we're at $1,650,000, and I'm beginning to smell that reserve coming off.
Me too. I've got a feeling. We knew it was a 7-figure car all day long.
Yep.
We got $1,675,000.
I mean, that's original. It's got the correct everything. You saw the splitter in the front grill opening there.
Oh, there it is.
Bada boom.
You were right, Bill.
Okay. Thank you, Don.
Guys, we see a lot of the replicas come through here, but when you see an original one, it really is exquisite.
Oh boy, you said a mouthful, pal. Especially one in this condition, at this level of restoration.
Anybody else? $1,675,000. $1,700,000.
1,675.
Yep.
So
MSRP about $6,000. And you know, they didn't sell the last one until almost 1968.
That's true. A lot of holdovers.
Yep.
But today, this one sells $1.675 million. Oh, such a pleasure to have you along for this crazy ride that this is turning into today. And we're loving every minute of it, I'm telling you. We are back live here at State Farm Stadium, Glendale, Arizona. Look at this 2023 Porsche 911 Carrera 4 GTS Cabriolet. That's a mouthful.
Yeah.
Suffice to say, it's an expensive car, and you're seeing that on the bid board there. $200 grand.
Oh dear, a 5-tool player. We're talking about acceleration. We're talking about top speed, braking, handling, and styling. It's all right there, and it is not going to sell. A deuce is not enough.
You know, and it's been 473 horse, flat 6, 7-speed, twin turbo, and it's actually been driven a little bit, 5,300 miles thereabouts.
Yep.
But still, 200 is going to be short.
7-speed manual, too.
Yes. And right behind it, a 1958 Impala convertible.
With the original 348, first year for that engine. It's been rebuilt. Turbo 350, that not available in 1958, but it certainly is an upgrade over the Power Glide. Yeah, they changed the engine induction as well. Phi-Tech fuel injection with a computer. Aluminum intake, Pertronics distributor. Yeah, aftermarket kind of taking a lead here in what those modifications were on the powertrain. Got the stock 308 gear in the back.
And those plastic seat covers, dimpled plastic seat covers, which for me as a kid, I remember my grandfather had them on his car, his Rambler.
Yeah.
And it was like early bubble wrap, you know? You just wanted to poke every single one of those things.
We remember them well if you're old enough. Yes, sir.
High bid here at $140,000. Our first 58 Impala this weekend. We've seen a number from 1962, and here is one, a Super Sport this time. Another 409.
Yeah, with the big hitter, the 425 horse 409, and the Borg Warner T10 4-speed manual. That's a new drivetrain in there, so it is fresh and ready to go anywhere. Phi-Tech dual quad style fuel injection. Very clever setup. That could fool somebody unless they take a real close look at that. Put a Hurst shifter in it with that T10 4-speed. Of course, that was not available from the factory in 1962. You had those little kind of spidery Chevy shifters in there with like a 80-degree angle coming up out of the floor. Posi rear end with 331 gears. T3 headlights. You know, the purists really love to see that. Those are correct. The stock AM radio, How about the, oh, Scott, you're going to love this. The AudioVox FM converter.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. If you didn't have FM radio, you go to Radio Shack, you get one of those. And, of course, you can't say much about the reception. But
Yes, that's a throwback for sure.
And the American Torque Thrust 2 wheels. Oh, I'm sorry, those are kidney bean replicas, as I get a better look at them right there.
And it sold for $77,000. Well, just as soon as I say we've not seen a 58 Impala, here we have two almost back-to-back.
And a custom. Now, you'd look at the exterior treatment and think, you know, that's the way that Fonzie would have done it back in the 1950s. You know, with the antennas and the skirts and the spare tire carrier. But oops, wait a minute, LS1 in there, 5.7. 350 horsepower, turbo 350 automatic, multi-port fuel injection. Elsewhere, power steering, power brakes with disc brakes up front, and a dual circuit master cylinder. Not available in 58, but a nice little extra measure of safety. Aluminum radiator, keeping it cool. And this has been stored in a temperature-controlled garage, which really helps to preserve, you know, not so much the condition of the body and the paint, but the gaskets and the seals and things like that. They have a tendency to maybe avoid a lot of deterioration and drying out when that garage is temperature controlled.
55,000 is the bid. Reserve is off.
Yeah, people are loving this car.
As well they should.
57. 59.
Little California rake going on there too. Nose down attitude.
Can we add the Arthur Fonzarelli edition to our list of, you know, like Cartier and Bill Blass and all that in some cars?
Let's get Henry Winkler to autograph the dashboard.
Yeah.
63.
65, sir. Just get 65,000.
You want to give 65 to shut the door? All right, give 63.
I may have told you this before, as we see 62,000. JK and I were having dinner once in Chicago at Gibson's, right next door to the convention center where they hold McCacken.
Yes.
And Henry Winkler was in the restaurant. He got up to leave, and everybody was, you know, a few people clapped. Hey, Henry.
Yeah. I can understand that. He's still a folk hero.
Oh, sure.
We're in the short row, 67.
67. 67. 67.
Well, ask him how long.
Until tomorrow.
No, we don't have it. 67.
66 pounds.
We got to be 67.
Let's go. 67 pounds another team.
Got it.
All right, Jordan Hunter, you are correct, sir. You got it, 66 grand. I think the consignor very happy with that number.
I agree with that.
And on the block right behind that Impala is a 63 split window coupe, tuxedo black this time.
Yeah, there's that color again. Black interior as well. Black on black, split window coupe. Let me see what kind of 327 is lurking underneath there. That looks like the base 327 with the dual snorkel air cleaner. 250 horsepower, 4-speed manual, independent rear suspension. And of course, we can talk all day long about what the 63 Corvette brought to the marketplace. The first Corvette with rear independent suspension with that single transverse leaf spring. Original Kelsey Hayes finned aluminum knockoff wheels, which were not factory installed. Factory correct color combination too. That's the way this car was painted when it left the factory. Tinted glass. That's an option that became available in 1963 as well. Again, I think selling price is going to lead off with the number 2 to close this out.
Okay. I think that's reasonable to assume that. So we'll jump ahead to a 69 Z28 next.
Oh, is this as nice as the ones that we have already seen? I would say a wholehearted yes. Got the DZ Code 302, 290 horse V8, Muncie 4-speed. Gone through a nut and bolt restoration. That color, very popular, the garnet red. It's code 52, by the way. The red deluxe interior. There you get a good shot of that beautifully presented engine. 12 bolt rear end with 355 gears and positive traction. This is the car that jumped right into the Trans Am Series full bore in 1969. Roger Penske, Mark Donohue just ran roughshod over so many of their competitors in 1969. Mark Donohue should have won the Drivers' Championship that year, but it hadn't been invented yet. The Drivers' Championship didn't exist until a couple years later. But the Manufacturers' Championship was very important to the manufacturers that were racing in the Trans Am Series or the Trans-American Sedan Series, its official title. Following year, Ford won it, 1970. Chevy came back in an AMC, got in there, and made life miserable for Ford and Chevy with Mark Donohue driving an AMC.
Going to be a little bit more than 135 to buy that Z28, so we'll let it go to bid goes on. And a 1939 Ford Standard Coupe will follow it up. And how about the power plant on this car, Bill?
Oh boy, big block, 427, stroker V8, Dart aluminum, 351 block with pro comp heads, crankshaft, connecting rods, pistons, cam, roller rockers. So much work underneath that hood. And Scott, the consignor claims that this build came to a total cost of $350,000. And a lot of that money went into what I just told you about. Big Holly carb up top, 4L80E, electronic overdrive automatic transmission with a quick change rear end. Did a subframe up front from the Mustang 2, and the suspension, 4-link panhard bar, keep everything where it belongs under power. Wow, and the reserve is off, and it means, boy, somebody's going to have maybe one of the most unique hot rods that we've seen crossed, not only here, but maybe going back a ways.
I would agree, and that is an all steel body, Bill, and they've applied a black satin paint to it, and it kind of gives it a very used and original kind of feel, but it's not.
Right. It doesn't look like it would win the American Most Beautiful Coupe Award.
Right.
But I kind of like that because the finish of that car does not tip its hand. It tells you what's going on there in that hood, underneath that hood. Yikes.
Back with more big money cars in just a moment. Stay with us.
In Gone in 60 Seconds, everything comes down to just one car. The last job, the highest stakes, and a Mustang named Eleanor. And this is Eleanor Gone Again, the first car of a limited series run of that cinema icon, 25 years in the making.
Well, the build is obviously in tribute to the 25th anniversary. We're going to build 25. We're going to offer the car for sale in May in Indianapolis. Dana sold the first original car I sold after the movie was over for me back in Indianapolis, so we're kind of going back to the beginning again. Mecum Auctions has sold, I believe, more real Eleanors than anybody else in the world.
This isn't nostalgia or a trip down memory lane, it's legacy continued. And come May, car number 1 is ready to be gone again.
Well, you heard the description there, and yes, number 1 of the run of 25 will be going across the block in Indy in May, and it is going to be exciting. Here is number 1 in the flesh, and take a look under the hood. There's the power plant right there. That is the Illuminator 5-liter topped off with a 2-liter Whipple supercharger. Unbelievable. That has made it to a Tremec 6-speed manual transmission. Now you can see how easily that hood went up. Why? That's because it's carbon fiber. This is carbon, the front valance, the front bumper, the side scoops, the deck lid, the rest of it, all original 1967 Ford Mustang steel.
Getting a look at the beautiful interior there as well. Of course, the Go Baby Go button on the shifter. You hit that red button and it activates the nitrous, and that's when you are gone in 60 seconds. And you want to see this go across the block, all you got to do is tune in to Mecum Auctions in May at Dana Mecum's 39th annual original Spring Classic. It is going to be a moment. Do not miss it, and stick around with us. We got more from Glendale, Arizona right after this short break.
Welcome back to Glendale, Arizona. We've had just under an hour left of our coverage here on ESPN Plus. Mecum Auctions. I'm standing down here in the staging area, and I've seen so many happy buyers come through here, come over, take pictures with their new cars, including this one right here, guys, the 57 Chevy Bel Air. We saw that one. There was a lot of excitement around the auction when it crossed the block. The owners told me they did not want to go over $190,000 for this car, but they said, we've been looking for this exact car for so long, they figured, what the heck, and of course went to 200. There you go, that's that moment. Went up to $200,000. I was able to talk to them. They were taking pictures with the car. They were so excited. They told me that they wanted to drive it home, but had to run back out to their car to see if they brought their checkbook. So that's where they are right now, trying to find out if they can drive this home tonight. But this is their new baby, and they are excited. They bought a couple cars here over the last couple days, but this, of course, is their prize.
Oh, that is one of the all-time Mecum reaction moments at an auction. Thank you, Shannon. That's a lot of fun, and great story that they're going to drive it home tonight. You know, that's pretty cool.
That is very cool. I hope they're not hoping to get 30 miles to the gallon, though.
No.
No.
Nope. Let's bring you back to the live action here on the block, and an absolutely stunning Bill Stevens 1970 Chevy C10. Oh my.
Do you realize what kind of a custom truck show we could have here out in the parking lot with what we've seen today? Just a never-ending supply of high-end, premium custom pickups.
All generations, too.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, this is an Arizona truck originally, 5.3 Gen 3 LS, that LS swap we see all the time, aluminum heads, fuel injection, 4L60E 4-speed automatic. They've upgraded the exhaust, shorty headers with stainless steel exhaust, and on and on and on, and $67,000 is going to seal the deal.
2017 Ferrari 488 Spider has made its appearance at the middle of the Mecum auction block.
Yeah, we've seen this previously, haven't we? Did Chris, I think, do a little...
Yeah, it was
was Rutledge, yes. Twin turbo 3.9 with 661 horsepower. And all of those little touches that you love to see in some of these classic Ferraris, the carbon fiber, rear air ducts in the carbon fiber, side air splitter and rear diffuser, carbon fiber central bridge and door panels, 20-inch forged diamond wheels. Bianco contrast stitching on that interior brings that to life. And this carbon fiber in the interior. Elsewhere, the dash inserts, and all of those little trim pieces that you may not even see at first, but the more you look, the more you pick them up. You see a good look at those 20-inch diamond wheels, painted brake calipers. Fast car, 661 horsepower. You'll be playing with $185, $190. But I know you won't do that because you, like me, always observe locally posted speed limits.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just had to chuckle at that.
Well, I'm wondering why it took you so long.
We all looked at Bill to see if he had a straight face.
A high bid of $270,000. 1969 Corvette convertible now. Daytona yellow. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, this ought to be an entry-level C3 for somebody. A little 350 in their first year for that small block, 4-speed manual. Got the rally wheels and the 4-wheel disc brakes like they all did. And they've replaced the AM/FM radio with an AM/FM cassette radio from that period. So, you know what? We're almost there probably. I'd say mid-20s, maybe upper 20s, and it'll have a new owner.
Well, we're in the mid-20s right now at no reserve.
Yep.
It marks out. I'd get a bit of a 20 band. I'd get a bit of a 70 band. I'd get a bit of 28,000. 127 sold. $27,000 Jared's way.
Fun car for somebody right there.
Yeah.
You know, it's not one of those Bloomington Gold NCRS show cars you'd be afraid to drive. It's just something you can get in, and suddenly you're a Corvette owner.
No kidding.
Guys, the bully has entered the play yard. Oh boy.
Here it comes.
Yep, this has been out on the, field level, roughly the 50-yard line here at State Farm Stadium all week. It's a 70 Chevelle LS6.
With the original 454, 450 horse big block in it. Triple black. M40 automatic, 410 positive traction rear end. That will throw you back into the seat in a hurry. All righteous here. Cowl induction hood, 5-spoke, super sport wheels. The wide oval tires, those Firestone wide oval tires that you could vaporize those in no time with that engine, trust me.
You know, Bill, you mentioned we could have an amazing custom truck show. How about the LS6 show we could have here with this lots of road across? And this would definitely be the centerpiece of that display.
Indeed, we've seen some that have had the 454 transplant. Now we have one here that came with the 454 from the factory. And
we saw that kind of a Gobi yellow color LS6.
That was a great one.
Love that.
LS6 71 Vet, I believe, that we had roll across yesterday.
67, what was it?
That 71 Vet that would have the LS6?
71 LS6, yes sir.
You got 116? Yes, no, Jim.
You got a good buyer laying in the weeds as soon as that reserve comes off.
155.
Got 155.
That's the bid. They're considering it.
157.5.
157.5. 160. You got interest in your car, sir? We'll keep working at 116,000. 157.5 is a current bid.
I think we even had it. Did we have an LS6L Camino?
Take it off.
116,000 to bid. 157.5.
I think we did on Thursday.
Last call. 116,000 to bid. 116,000 to bid.
Right.
Yeah, we did.
I can do that. 157.5. Reserve is off.
Hey, the reserve is off here. Good news, everybody. 157.5 for the moment.
Yes or no? 116. Drake. What's he say? 116,000 to bid. Car off the block. 157.5. George, how about you guys? 116. 157.5. 116,000 on a bid. I'm gonna bid 116 bid. 116,000. Sold 157.5. Sold 157,000.
Well,
okay, 57.5.
No street or boulevard in America is now safe. A monster has been unleashed.
You are correct, brother.
And dare I say, well bought for
it was,
original block.
Right, not a 4-speed, not a convertible. You're right, though. You know, that relative term kind of brings it into the affordability range.
Next up, this is a GT40 Mark 1 replica done by the guys at Superformance and done well.
Yeah, the guys at Air Park Motorsports got the kit from Superformance and took it from there. 867 miles on the build. Great power in this. It's a Roush 427 with a ZF. Yep, ZF 5-speed manual, which takes us back to the traditional drivetrain and those early Ford GTs. This one with the Gulf livery on it as well. And that pays tribute to the Ford GTs that won the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1968 and 1969 under John Wyer's tutelage. Got the gurney bubble, so-called, because Big Dan get in there with that helmet and bump against the roof. And the GTS Vipers have carried that gurney bubble into the new generation as well.
It's a bubble top.
It is a bubble top. I didn't think of that.
$205,000.
Yep. Pretty faithful replica. They've taken liberties with it, but at least in appearance and overall concept, it gives enough of the original 4GT enough credit.
Well, truly, I mean, faithfulness wasn't. Were these cars right-hand drive as well back in the day? So this being a left-hand drive. Not completely accurate in its recreation, but
well, remember, yes,
certainly fits the bill.
Of course, the new gen cars in 2005 and 2006 had left-hand drive, so it's kind of a mishmash of old, almost old and new.
All right, 212.5. That will be the last bid that we take here. The bid goes on at that number. And kind of a little mini Ford versus Ferrari thing going on here with a 2005 Ferrari F430 Spider up on the block next.
15,000 plus miles on the odometer, 483 horsepower, 4.3 liter V8. Yeah, after so many years of just being so blown away by those 12-cylinder Ferraris, Ferrari took a bite out of that V8 apple, and boy, did they ever run with it. So many of those cars. I mean, think of the F40. That's a twin-turbo V8 that really turned the world upside down. 6-speed sequential gearbox with paddle shifters. Of course, Rosso Corsa is the color, beige interior. Got the Scuderia Ferrari shields. Those are only about $1,500 to order when this car was new. Records, receipts, tools, all those little extras that all the Ferrari collectors will want to get when they buy one. Front and rear parking sensors. Now, if Enzo Ferrari was still alive, he'd say, come on, guys. We'll put parking sensors in a Ferrari? Jeez.
Yes, I don't think he would be too fond of those, right?
Not really. Oh, boy.
145, the high bid on that Ferrari. We're back with more here in our final hour today from Glendale, coming up after this. We are back at State Farm Stadium, about 40 minutes left, but we are far from finished with our big dollar cars here. Potential big money on the block as we continue on live here on ESPN. Plus, we'll go and check out this next Corvette. It's from 2022. It's a C8, Bill Stevens.
Yep.
And it is up for sale.
And Scott, it's 4 years old. Can it be 4 years old? Wasn't it like yesterday that the C8 debuted, and now
6 years
we're
ago.
We're
almost 7.
Oh yeah. This is a 2022. Gosh. Arctic white, outside adrenaline red. We're all pretty familiar with the power plant in these cars. 6.2 liter, naturally aspirated V8 with 495 horsepower. This is the Z51 performance package. Let's not overlook the 8-speed dual clutch automatic with paddle shifters. Got the infotainment, premium system with nav, carbon flash, painted cells, staggered wheels, 19 and 20 inch. Beautiful red painted brake calipers.
So good.
Reserve is off. Oh, that is a looker. And you know, hey, look at my new 2026 Corvette that I just bought.
Right.
Prove to somebody that it's not.
Exactly.
You know.
Hey, you know, I'm generally not a fan of white cars totally, but that's got enough good stuff on it that, hey, I'm not going to quibble with it.
No, the black helps out a lot.
Sure does. $60,000 bought that one just now. And a Bentley Continental GT is on the block next from 2020.
Hey, everybody, look at the new 2026 Bentley Continental GT. Well, you know, that really won't work now because they did change the styling on the new ones just a little bit. But, oh, boy, these cars will never be ugly. Azure purple, Hotspur linen on the inside, and the 626 horsepower W12 6-liter twin turbo. 8-speed dual clutch automatic. All the gingerbread. The all-wheel drive powertrain. Ash veneer on the inside. All the beautiful leather. Heated, ventilated, massaging seats. Man, that cost you $40 in Atlantic City.
145, 145, 145, 145. Get 140 behind you. 145,000
I don't know. Sometimes it just comes out.
We're going to need a Bill top 10 for the weekend.
That's good. Yes, we will. We're going to have a new category. We'll have our graphics team get on that right away.
Do closed captions. I don't know. Oh, look where we are bidding-wise. Heavily into six figures. Well, the car's only 6 years old, so.
Not surprising.
Not at all.
You know, the thing that strikes me visually is that purple and red is really not a color combination that we see too often, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, we'll see it in person, too. It's not quite purple, and it's not quite red, so therefore they work together pretty well.
Good point. Good point. And 142.5. Why is that? Oh, Bill, you are hysterical, man.
I don't know. Sometimes it works against me, but.
Classic Mercedes-Benz here. 1969 280 SE convertible. These will always be desirable.
Oh, let's watch the bidding here. Opens at 60.
No question.
People love them. 2.8 liter inline six. These are not hot rods. They're not particularly fast or powerful. We're not talking 0 to 60 in 4 seconds. It is the stateliness and the integrity of this particular model of the Mercedes that makes them so collectible. Bosch mechanical fuel injection with that silky smooth automatic. And you know what? It would have been a crime if the top was up on this Benz. Gotta see the top down and just the kind of presence this has.
90,000 to bid.
Yeah, this series 280, 20 blue chip cars.
That's 182.1 a 1960 Corvette custom
All
convertible.
right, man, is this the first really complete Mondo Biondo Corvette custom that we've had, conversion custom this week?
We've had one C1 Corvette that I believe had that Camaro-looking kind of nose on it. Do you remember that car?
Oh, yes. Lots of body work.
Yeah,
on
so
that
we have been there, but look at this already, $100,000, and why not? Art Morrison chassis. Got an LS3, another LS swap, factory fuel injection from GM. You saw the engine cover. Boy, what a work of art that is. 4L65E, automatic with overdrive. Flawless paint job. Vintage air, Kenwood stereo, Sirius XM radio, autometer gauges. Carpeting is from a Mercedes-Benz tan, deep pile. Wow.
Interesting, it had the motorized hood, which I thought was a cool touch.
Yep.
It's got a ton of stuff done to it, but yet it's still pretty mild visually, which is interesting. I think it probably appeals to more people that way, but a beautiful setup.
Well, it's all over the C1 landscape, right? I mean, and into C2 as well. They had that customized Stinger hood on there too, which works very well.
Oh my, 150 is the bid on that car. We'll be back in just a moment. See if we can add another one to the $1 Million Club today. Stay tuned. Welcome back to State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. It's time for our State Farm moment of the day. Is there any doubt about this one? I don't think so. Remember this 57 Bel Air in absolute red, tan interior, 5.7 liter, 405 horse, fuel injected V8. Yes, that's an LS engine, and it gavelled for $195,000, and this couple came to this auction to buy that exact Bel Air, and they did. Remember the battle? The man said, no, I'm out a bunch of times, and finally bid $195, and that was enough. And I think it's easy to see how excited she is.
Oh, man. How often is it where the wife looks more excited than the husband?
Right. Exactly. That's our State Farm moment of the day. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Let's pick up the activity with a 1946 post-war Ford Coupe here, Bill.
It was thunder, thunder over Thunder Road. Remember that movie with Robert Mitchum, Thunder Road?
Oh.
About the moonshiners, and this is the kind of car that they were hauling the moonshine in.
I've heard of the movie, but I haven't ever seen it.
Oh, but I didn't see What About Bob or whatever the name of that movie was, and you got all over me about that. Is that the name of the movie?
What About Bob?
Yeah, okay. See, now we're even.
Okay.
Let's get back to this car. 284 cubic inch V8 in that, no expense spared. Finished in 2011 and 989 miles since. Built by the guys at Orndorff Hot Rods and Bruce's Hot Rod Shop, a collaboration over in Texas. Blown flathead, Offenhauser heads, Stromberg 97 carbs, and a 5-speed manual. Oh, we aren't going to make it.
Yep, 57 is going to be the high bid. All right, here comes the 68 Mustang Custom that we have heard so much about already from Chris and Rutledge and everybody. And it has been drawing a lot of attention out on where the field would be if it were in place.
Yeah, this is unbelievable, Bill. What an absolute custom piece here. You know, you look at the Mustang brothers, two guys that come from Chicago, Illinois, started in their dad's shop. Their team built this car. This is a 1 of 25 of the Outlaw Series, but this particular one is 1 of 1 with that glass panoramic roof. And I know you had to be excited, Bill, when you saw they had the GT500 swap in there.
Oh, dear. Supercharged 2012. 5.4-liter Ford V8 with a Tremec 5-speed. This scored 999 points out of 1,000 at McCacken, winning the Diamond Award. I want to see those judging sheets. What the heck did they find that would penalize this car 1 point? You know,
it was a pebble in the tread.
You know what? I'll just say this. I'm not saying this happened, but there are judges that will not give a car 1,000 points because they say, well, no car is perfect. I can't give it 1,000 points. But, hey, show me where that car is not deserving of 1,000 points.
Maybe a judge forgot his reading glasses that day. Who knows?
Guess.
Perhaps. It's gorgeous. What an incredible piece.
Not going to be enough at $325,000. We'll say that. But, man, so much to like about that car.
Everything to like.
One of the all-time Mercedes-Benz legends is about to roll onto the Mecum auction block here in Glendale, Arizona. It is a 1959 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL Roadster.
5 years earlier, the Gullwing Coupe debuted, and boy, that certainly carried the day for Mercedes. Then in 1957, as they were phasing out the Gullwing Coupe, they started building the Roadster, so they kind of overlapped, and then the Roadster took over for the next couple years, and here's one right here, 1 of 211 that were produced in 1959. Picked up at the factory in Germany by J.D. Earl. That was the original owner back in 1959. His son Steve J. Earl accompanied him, and the car was driven through Europe by the father and son. Boy, how to really give that car the kind of historical beginning that it deserves.
Here's another tidbit on this car. The current owner has had this car since August of 1973.
And you know what? He paid a whole lot less in 1973 than what you're looking at on the board right now. That's what you call a true heavy-duty blue-chip investment. Inline 6-cylinder engine like they had back then. This has been rebuilt recently, last couple of years, and it has the 4-speed manual transmission. And as I said a little earlier, these are trading very close or even equal with the Gullwing Coupes, and $750 won't buy it.
Not going to be enough. Might need a 9 or a 1 up front on that car.
Yeah.
But it is a legend to be sure. And we'll follow up that legend with another one, a little bit more modern and a little bit more accessible. This is a 1969 Z28, of course.
Wow, do I see an air conditioning compressor that's been plumbed into the Z28? Ooh. Yeah, by the way, this is the second frost green Z28 I think we've had.
Yeah, that's right. And this one with the more traditional black interior where it had that medium green interior on the other one.
All right. Yep, a 290 horse 302 in the 4-speed.
And $75,000, the high bid for that Z28. Okay, Bill, I'm going to have to tie you down on the next car.
Yeah, oh boy. First generation Buick Riviera, debuted '63. This is the following year. Has that big 425 cubic inch Buick engine. This one matching numbers. Twin turbine automatic transmission. Boy, these cars are so undervalued, and especially when we get into the grand sports with the dual quads. 365 horse. I'm waiting for this market to explode. This one presented very well with the teal mist poly, metallic paint, white interior, everything done comprehensively, including the paint, the bodywork, the interior, the original chrome body trim, an updated Buick AM/FM radio, and look at this, we're short of $50,000. Wire wheel hubcaps, the very narrow white wall tires as they were delivered. This was that personal luxury car that General Motors made so popular, the Buick Riviera, the Pontiac Grand Prix, Chevy Monte Carlo.
Oh, $50,000.
Of course, the Oldsmobile Toronado, that broke new ground with that front-wheel drive. But this was a category of automobile that the Buick takes credit for helping to popularize.
And very popular with that new owner at 50 grand here. All right, we had the 300 SL Roadster a little bit ago. This would be the, maybe one of the next in line, or a descendant of that, if you will, a 280 SL from 1968.
Yeah, and these little baby cars here, if you're not going to go six figures, you're probably not going to sell this, because the market on these continues to be hot to the touch. 2.8 liter inline six, 4-speed manual. And most of the parts that were involved in this $120,000 frame-off restoration came through the Mercedes-Benz Classic Center in Irvine, California. And the Benz people know all about them. Signal red. That's the color. Removable hard top and a soft top goes along with it. And all the receipts for all the work that was done on this car. No, you're not close.
Right. Good call, Bill.
Oh, yeah.
So 75 is going to be where we leave that little Mercedes-Benz. Fuel-injected Nomad here, 1957.
Ooh, Ride 'em Cowboy, 505 horse, 427. And by the way, that is a small block base 427 from a 2010 Corvette, the LS7 engine. GM Performance electronic fuel injection. Took the body off to restore it. 4L65E, 4-speed automatic with overdrive. 9-inch Ford rear end. The Art Morrison chassis underneath there, that's about a $17,000 tab. So no expense spared. The Willwood disc brakes. Stainless steel suspension parts. Polished aluminum radiator from the folks at Be Cool and the Vintage Air Conditioning.
I tell you what, you mentioned that Art Morrison chassis, 17 grand, yes, but that is bulletproof, world class.
Oh yeah, it's the way that builders are going now. They get the Roadster Shop chassis, the Race Shop chassis. I think Mark Williams might do a chassis too, although he's better known for running gear stuff. And yeah, Art Morrison.
Now 60, you're out, so there, 160. I've got 155,
Wunderbar Radio, going to Ridge with that. U.S. Mags.
Hey, the reserve comes off.
Yeah.
160 to you or 160 to you, Laura. I've got 155.
Yeah, glad to see this one sell too.
160, Serdy Bonner, 160. Yes, no. 6. I can't hear you. Did someone say something? 150. Are you talking to me? 155. Anybody else at 160? So, 155.
The guys that had the high bid were telling him to hammer it. Come on, do it. We want the car.
They got it. That whole row is happy with it. 155. There you go. Back with more from Glendale in just a moment. Let's wrap up our top sellers thus far today. We'll begin with this 2018 Ford GT. Only 567 miles. It brought $700,000. Liquid gray exterior. In the number 2 spot, the 1970 Lamborghini Miura P400 brought $1.55 million. Very rare color example as well. Meantime, our top car of the day, also in that $1 million club, 1966 Shelby 427 Cobra CSX 3355, one of only 260 of these built, and $1.675 million. That's where that car rang the bell, and it's good enough for number 1 today. And look at that. You can add a first-year Corvette to our top 5, which doesn't happen very often, Bill. I love that.
And once again, the United States kind of leads the way with 4 out of 5, similar to what we had yesterday.
Indeed. All right, a car that is just leaving the block with a bid of $95,000 is a 2018 one-year-only SRT Demon.
I need to ask Chris Jacobs a question.
Please do.
When the Demon came out, 807 base horsepower.
Yep.
Didn't Chrysler say we're not going to produce another car with more than 807 base horsepower?
Yeah, but there's a 1-year moratorium on that. There's a statute of limitations on that.
Oh, jeez.
And I think you could hop that up to 840.
Well,
actually,
yeah, with the goodie
proper-
box.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, come on, nobody wants that. We got to go 4 figures.
Yeah, I hear you.
But it is kind of amazing the way that the 2018 Demon market has plateaued under 6 figures.
Oh, you got that
I would have
right.
expected it to be above it.
Yep.
Hey, Bill Stevens, I have one word for you on this car. Hennessy.
Oh, that guy. And he needs to be sedated, I'm telling you. John Hennessy, one of my heroes. He got his hands on this Mustang Dark Horse, and he gave it like 850 horsepower worth of vitamins, supercharged 5-liter Coyote, 650 pound-feet of torque. Forged 2.65-liter Hennessy supercharger up top, high-flow air induction, the kind of stuff he does. Practically just about anything on wheels. Yeah, he'll do his handiwork on. Kind of like Ken Lingenfelter. He just loves a challenge.
1 of 1 in this color,
Yeah.
Venom Blue. Excuse
You're
me,
right.
Vapor Blue.
Yep.
And it brought $145,000.
Hang on.
Anxious to see what the next car does here, everybody. 1967 Mustang Fastback. It is the real deal.
Yeah, gonna look familiar to you. This one right here has had the Eleanor makeover. It's in the Eleanor World Registry Club. Number 492, nut and bolt rotisserie restoration for power. 561 horsepower, 427. Tremec 5-speed manual, 4-link suspension, tubular upper and lower control arms, 9-inch rear end with 350 gears. A lot of other stuff.
What's wild to me about these cars, Bill, is we saw one go through earlier that was a certified or approved, whatever the
licensed,
thank you, the right nomenclature is, from Gone in 60 Seconds. It got up to 380 and didn't sell. Then we see this one, considerably less right now as far as the bid goes.
Right.
But these cars are visually almost identical. It's kind of fascinating. You think about that Outlaw Mustang that came through with the glass roof. You'd be the only person that had one of those.
Yeah.
And you think about how many people have the Eleanors and the value that people will pay for them. It's pretty wild.
I'd take Chris down memory lane. One of the first times he joined us was in Indianapolis.
We had the hero car
from the movie.
Gone in 60 Seconds.
Sold
in
for
the
$1 million.
case. Yep, that's right. That was the first Mecum I ever did back in 2014, I think, 15?
You got me there. I do not remember.
Actually, I don't know.
Might have been earlier than that.
I think it might have been earlier than that, yeah.
All right.
In any case, the previous car, 210, the high bid. Now, 1957 Dodge Coronet Super D500.
They were building Hemis back in 1957. We know that from the letter cars. because they had Hemis starting in 1954. And this is the Dodge Coronet Super D500 with a 325 cubic inch Hemi V8.
Firepower.
Yeah, 325, went to 354, 392, 426. Yep, quite a history on that motor, and maybe one of the most notorious performance engines ever built, and they're building them today. Dual fours, torque flight automatic, reserve is off, hammer comes down, new owner. This has been declared.
Yep, 75. Hey, Bill, you're going to love this Corvette.
Yes.
67 L79.
L79, you got my attention. That was the most powerful hydraulic lifter 327 that Chevy had come up with at that time. And this one has it with the 4-speed transmission. Ermine white, bright blue interior. Now, a lot of people may not know that for a while, A.O. Smith was building the bodies in these mid-year Corvettes because GM couldn't keep up with them. And A.O. Smith was responsible for a lot of the fiberglass parts on the Shelby Mustangs. A little cross-pollination there. Odometer reads just over 58,000 miles. A lot of rebuilt parts and pieces. The reserve is off. We're at $120,000. And listen for the sound of the hammer.
There it is. You said it. 120 buys that car.
Boy, I am impressed. That's a non-fuelie, but it is the L79. And, of course, in 1967, the fuel injection was long gone, but a mid-year with the L79 is a valuable Corvette.
Sure is, man. And that option, engine option, gets your attention. Not only the Corvette, we've seen them in the Chevy 2 Nova and others.
Yep.
You know?
Yep,
Very
Camaros,
cool.
yeah.
Here's an F1 pickup from 1951.
Featured in 3 different SEMA booths in 2023. Everybody wanted a piece of this truck. 302 V8, automatic transmission, and a lot of customization. I always like to look at the pickup beds on these customs because the work that they do on that hardwood in the back. We've seen maple, we've seen oak, sometimes even mahogany.
Yes.
And boy, that just sets everything off.
$55,000 is not going to be nearly enough on that truck. So a 69 an RS Z28 now will roll into view.
Le Mans blue, pretty.
Love it.
Black interior. They rotisserie this one. Sold new at Don Allen Chevrolet in Miami. A lot of performance cars came through those doors. Got the protector plate, invoice, window sticker, pre-delivery checklist. And of course the 302 with a 290 horse and the 4-speed. Power steering, power disc brakes. Got the cowl induction system. A lot of originality. Factory tack.
Oh, look at the bid here.
I know. Yeah, and that color's a selling point too. It's an RS Rally Sport, hidden headlights. You see them right there. And this car was originally painted in this color. It's just been resprayed.
Nobody else.
M21, close ratio, 4-speed.
Well, 130 won't buy it yet. And, they're going to do some finagling perhaps to get it worked out at the bid goes on desk. We shall see. We've had 2 letter cars that I can recall. One was an E, this one's a G, and I can't remember what the other one was.
An E.
E, was
yes,
it?
sir.
Well, wait a minute. I said an E and a G and something else. Anyway, whatever.
Look,
3.
Don't get pushy, okay?
No,
I'm just trying to keep you on the right path here. Another transition car here for the E Series. Remember that E car that we saw That was a transitional car for the E-Series as they went from the Hemi to the Wedge Head. Well, this was the last of the Big Fin Chrysler letter cars, and there you see them right there. Boy, big change the following year, the 62. That rear bustle was like completely flat. But the canted headlights, that was one of the things people loved about these Chryslers during this time period. Really kind of an eye-catching styling there. This has the 413 wedge with the cross-ram intake with 4-barrel carburetors and the torque flight transmission.
And a high bid here, $60,000. Let's see what we can do with this next car. It is a 2011 Ferrari 599 GTO, and what a week we had in Kissimmee back in January when we had all 3 editions of that GTO suffix on a Ferrari, and already we're at 600 grand here, Bill.
Yes, sir, and not a surprise that this one should be trading into 7 figures, and it's creeping its way up.
What a color combination, too. That red with the black top and the black accents. And there was a reason I picked this one out as my kickoff preview for the entire weekend, especially after coming off the high feelings of the Bachmann collection in Kissimmee. To see another 599 GTO here in Arizona was just so cool.
I love how Steve Matchett says what GTO stands for. The Gran Turismo Obligato.
Yes, very good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's how I love Steve. I'm going to see him again in Indianapolis in May. 599 of these were built. 661 horse V12, a front-engined V12 Ferrari, which was their bread and butter for so long. And here we see it happening again.
And we really saw the bookends of the styling with the Giallo yellow with the green accents of the Bachmann collection, and here the more traditional red with the black here in Arizona.
2011, this was the fastest street legal Ferrari which they had built up until that point. One of the things I love about these street Ferraris is that every time they issue a new one, it just lifts that performance bar up just a little bit more.
Well, they're going to have to lift the bidding up a little bit more. 1.1 million is where this Ferrari will max out. And a 1962 Vet will be next.
Have we seen a C1 fuel-injected Corvette so far?
I don't think so.
If we have, man, I'll be surprised, because this may be the first one. This is the 360 horse, 327 fuel-injected engine with that Rochester setup there, 4-speed transmission, tuxedo black. We see that color once again. This one, boy, with a mild, deep shine on it. Big brake car as well. That adds to the value. We're into 6 figures. NCRS shipping data report helps you trace the history, but ooh, not quite what we need.
I think we had a 57 a while ago. You remarked that, hey, this could have had a fuel-injected engine, but it didn't.
Converted it to a carburetor,
maybe. Yeah, but this is definitely the first Fuelie C1 we've had.
Yeah.
Okay, next, 1970 Plymouth GTX.
Yeah, 6-barrel car. That's the 440, 390 horse with a 4-speed V-code car. I'm looking right at the VIN, and there it is. Power steering and brakes, has that optional air grabber hood. Pistol shifter. There you see it. And I call it the axe handle shifter. That dude is big. And we see that green. And white interior. It's a classic Mopar high impact color scheme right there.
Sure is.
Man, those pistol grips are so fun. It's got a massive throw most of the time. You really get a good little workout in there with it.
I remember when, I think it was Car and Driver, maybe could have been Popular Hot Rodding, did a road test on the original Roadrunner in '68 with a 4-speed, and you might remember it didn't have the pistol grip, but it had kind of a narrow lever that came up almost from under the dashboard, and they said if you try to power shift into 3rd gear and your hand slips off, you're going to make a hole in the dashboard because there's about an inch of space between the shift knob and the dashboard.
Jordy, I'm going to close bid at 100.
I always feel like if I climb in one of these, I got to take my shoes off because of that interior being so white. You know what I mean?
Oh, you don't want to eat ice cream in that car.
Oh, no. Okay, the high bid on that GTX 180. Good effort. Not enough, though, today. Here's one of our best sleepers.
Can I have this car?
Sure. Oh, sure. Yeah.
I know. I got to pay for it, though.
Well, yeah.
A real Pontiac Catalina Super Duty from 1962. That means the 421, 405 horsepower dual quad V8. Number 103 of 162 produced. Original sheet metal factory aluminum package, hood, front and rear bumpers, brackets, inner and outer fenders, matching numbers, powertrain, T10 wide ratio. I haven't seen the hammer or the bid goes on, so I'm going to keep on going. Yeah, manual drum brakes because this was a drag racing car, and they didn't want the extra weight of the power brake system. It's got the original dealer brochure in it. Oh man, 160, but oh, sadly to say, I'm going to guess that it'd be a very generous consignor that would sell it for that much.
190 is the bid. This is going to be our last car. Hopefully we'll sell it by the time we're done. Next up for us, though, folks, Mecum Mission Control says we're headed to Houston in 3 weeks. Our coverage of the world's largest collector car auction kicks off at the NRG Center April 10th here on ESPN+. Until then, I'm Scott Hoke for Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood, and Shannon Spake. Thank you so much for watching. Good night. We'll see you down the road in Houston.
Can I have V8 lug wheels?
Sure.
Somebody get 300,000.